Good evening. Sorry for the delay. We're going to start the meeting about 4 minutes late. Councilwoman Souza is entering now. And soon as she, take your time, soon as she takes a seat, we will ask the clerk to please call the roll. Okay, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll as the councilwoman gets set? It's tough when you work for a living, isn't it?
Councilman Fogarty. Councilman Lawson.
Yeah.
Council Vice President Rigo.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Sousa.
Here.
Council President Rodrick.
Here, the record show, all 5 members are present. Please rise for the salute to the flag. Thank you. Madam Clerk, under proclamations, do you have anything additional to what I have here? Right, so we would do that after. So I would just make this presentation and thank the mayor. This is something that you sent along to us. There's 2 proclamations here. One is a certificate of congratulations presented to Councilwoman Anna Souza. On behalf of the City of East Providence, congratulations on your recognition as an East Providence Prevention Coalition recipient of the Prevention Impact Award. Thank you for your commitment and dedication. Wishing you the best of luck in all your future endeavors. Mr. Mayor, this is from you. If you want, I'll hand it over. You could hand it to the councilwoman. This was your effort. Yeah. Facebook Live moment.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Mayor.
Congratulations on your recognition. Councilwoman was recently recognized by the East Providence Prevention Coalition that does incredible work here in the city to teach youth and help youth and even to educate the public on the dangers of substance use and abuse. So thank you for your support of those programs. I know as a nurse, you see the effects of substance use and abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I have another one here because both the councilwoman she was recognized individually, but the city council as a whole was recognized recently by the East Providence Prevention Coalition. And I have here a certificate of congratulations to the East Providence City Council on behalf of the City of East Providence. Congratulations on your recognition by the East Providence Prevention Coalition as a community partner in prevention. Thank you for your continued support and dedication, and best wishes and good luck in all future endeavors. Council President.
Sir? Next will be an announcement presentation from Council Vice President Rigo.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I am pleased to announce that the city is kicking off its first annual restaurant week. We have 38 restaurants signed up. The restaurants are currently updating their specials, so keep checking back to the website, epbestinbusiness.com. Diners can upload their receipts to the website for entry into a raffle for gift card prizes. The more you dine, the more you can enter for prizes. We hope everyone enjoys a great week of East Providence restaurants this week and all year. Restaurant Week specials start June 16th to the 22nd. As you can see here with this great banner out there, there'll be banners around, and there's advertisements in Rhode Island Monthly, the East Providence Post, and the Reporter. Again, we just urge everybody to go out and support the local restaurants here in this fine city of East Providence. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your work on that. Next item will be our executive session, which we will conduct right here in public session. Mr. Solicitor?
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. There's just one claim on the agenda tonight. It's from Waterville Villa Rehab and Healthcare Center, the amount of $1,451.07 as a result of damage that was done to some electrical wires sustained when the city moved a hydrant closer to the street. The Director of Public Works recommends approval of that claim.
Recommendation is to approve. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Rigo, seconded by Councilman Fogarty and Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? The ayes have that, 5-0. Thank you, Solicitor. Madam Clerk, next item. 1 second. You're probably going to ask. I don't think we need to seal that minutes or
Yeah,
anything.
okay.
No, okay. Next item, please.
We have two events on the consent calendar as read-ins. The Sacred Cow on May 26th from 4 to 7. That was a special event one day. And a special event one day entertainment that's going to be happening this evening at 60 Berkeley Street. It's an acoustic guitar entertainment.
And I think that, this time of year, and we get into summer, we're not going to call emergency meetings every time we need to have a vote on an ice cream special that helps the public. So with these two matters, is there a motion?
Motion to approve the consent calendar as read.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Souza to approve, seconded by Councilman Fogarty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have that, 5-0. Thank you. Next, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Council President, this evening you have the option to bundle licenses.
Make a motion to bundle?
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilman Fogarty to bundle the licenses. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have that.
Mr. President,
Councilman.
at this time, due to the technical issues at the last meeting, and based on where we left the meeting and the advice of Assistant Solicitor Connolly and Assistant Solicitor Bellamy, I move that we go back to resuming council business as well as resolutions and ordinances. At that point, we pick it up from council's business.
We haven't.
We still have, we only
Oh,
did
okay.
bundle.
All right, sorry.
So we have to go back to the.
Motion to approve licenses as bundled.
Motion by Councilwoman Souza to approve, seconded by Councilman Fogarty to approve the licenses that we bundle together. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
So again,
The ayes have it, 5.
based on our last meeting where we said we would leave off, so I would move that we go to council business at this time.
It's up
I second that
to
motion.
the council. What you want to do? I know we have people signed up to speak. I don't want to delay them too much, but as long as we can move ahead quickly. Motion by Councilman Rigo, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. So where will we go next, Madam Clerk? Based on that motion.
Request for updates on lights for Riverside Middle School Recreation Field Project. Discuss, Councilman Lawson.
This is the field behind the middle school, just an update of what we're going to do. We spent about $1 million on that field and it's not good.
Thank you, Councilman. Just for the record and people watching, Eric, please identify yourself and position with the city.
Eric Skadberg, city engineer. So the lights are up. They were being wired last week. As far as I know, they are up and running. There is some fine grading that the contractor's still working on. There's some swale they need to install and some drainage to get the field to drain properly.
And they didn't take this into account during design and,
No, we did. The design was to have a sandy loam, basically allow the water to go through. That happens on 80% of the field. There's one area up by the middle school that for whatever reason, it's tighter soils. We didn't anticipate it there. And we're going to be able to put a stone trench in there and get the water to get into the ground.
is that at no additional expense to the city?
We're going to get a cost from the contractor to look into seeing how much it's going to be. It's something that the city can do, but I'm going to get a cost from Yardworks to do it.
Okay. And what's a rough time frame that this field's going to be open to the public? It's been about 3 years now.
Yeah, so it won't be this year. Even in the fall, it's too early on in the growing season. So it'll be next spring.
Okay. So I can just let people know the field's not available for another year.
Right.
Okay. Thanks.
Before you continue, Madam Clerk, I want to revisit what we're doing right now. I know we wanted to get in, revert back to the last meeting, which had to be delayed, but there are 27 individual council member requests here, and I know we have residents who are here to speak and have signed up, and do we really want to wait that long? Should we revert back to the regular order, the agenda, and then we have to be here?
For the chair,
Yes, Councilman Fogarty.
if you don't mind, I would like to table my suggestions for the next meeting. That would help this evening.
Sure. My only thing is that I don't want people, many who asked me about procedure for speaking,
I'm in favor.
to have to sit and wait. We have to be here.
Yeah, no problem.
Time. This meeting happened
No,
after
For the citizens of the city, absolutely, they come first.
The solicitor, can I parliamentary just revert us back? We don't need to vote, right?
Without objection from the rest of the.
Yeah, if there's no objections from anyone, Madam Clerk, let's revert back to after the licenses were bundled and then approved. Okay, let's just take them in order.
This evening, there are two public hearings. The first is for the same location. The first is an outdoor liquor license Class B for Sharon McCarthy, the 133 Club at 29 Warren Avenue. And then for the same location, an outdoor dance and entertainment license. They've both been advertised for this evening for a public hearing.
Thank you.
Mr. President, at this time, I need to recuse myself due to my business interest.
Got to stop selling all that wine, vodka. The applicants are present, I believe. Do you want to add anything? Do you want to say anything? Or I would just add that with the new ownership, they've done a wonderful job. The community seems to have accepted with a big approval what is going on, and this is something that I would think we would support and add. So unless anyone have any questions of the applicants, or can we move? Motion to approve by Councilman Fogarty. Right, then we'll open it. We'll open it up first.
Council President,
Yes.
so just to remind the council, as we had a discussion, there was a change of state law which does not allow cities and towns to ban outdoor dining. However, as we indicated, it doesn't automatically mean that their liquor license allows them to serve outside. So this is the first application that I'm aware of that has come through the clerk's office to expand the liquor license. They already have a liquor license for the internal part of their business, but this is going to be outside. So we made them come back and file a request for an amended license. So there may be others coming before you, but I just want to make it clear and to the public. So it's not automatic that you can serve liquor outside. You have to get an expanded license.
Right, and that's why
We're having a hearing today.
they are here today. So there's a public hearing. Is there anyone that wants to speak in favor or against this request? We'll ask that a couple of times. Anyone here would like to come forward and speak in favor or against this proposal? The applicants are here. If anyone has any questions, are there any further questions? The motion
I'll
was,
second the motion to approve.
motion was made by Councilman Fogarty, seconded by Councilman Lawson.
Through the chair.
Councilwoman Souza.
Thank you. So first, I want to say that thank you for the renovations and being a part of our community. The renovations and upgrades that you've done to the 133 are amazing inside, and I know the outside with that mural just is an added bonus. So thank you for all your hard work and investment in our city and for the benefit of our residents. So thank you for that. My only question is to the solicitor, well, I guess for both. One, is this to sell the liquor outside, or is it just to be able to be outdoors consuming liquor?
I don't know, I don't know if the application has a bar indicated to be outside. I'm not sure, but I usually. You have to check the application.
Can you come up and clarify for me, please?
You're asking if they're gonna set up a bar outside?
Correct.
Or if
just
they're
to
gonna-
be able to be outside.
To serve outside is a different, right? There's a difference.
Yeah, like a waitress comes out, takes an order, brings the drinks. You're asking if
Hey,
they're
just,
actually gonna be
so
outside.
it can be recorded, just go to the mic if you're right there.
And intent is to sell liquor in the establishment.
No bar service outside. You'll serve outside, but there's no bar outside.
There will not be. I want people to.
And then they could go outside and have an open container outside, which is usually illegal in most cases. But in this case, if approved, then they would be able to do so within their right.
I'll add one more thing. I'll go to another. Maybe it's not.
Perfect. Perfect. That answers
Great.
my question.
Yes, Councilman Vogel.
Great job. Renovations look amazing. Thank you.
So that limitation, I'm sorry. That limitation will be noted on the license, just service only, no selling.
And along these lines, what I think we have it later for conversation, but one of the things that at least I'm recommending, I think we all kind of agree, this is some new territory, and we are not looking to add any more permittings, fees for any of this. It's not really required, but in some cities, they might say, yeah, you can have the outdoor dining, but you gotta, if there is a permit or whatever, that's fine, but there'll be no fee. That's what
That is true. I just want to clarify, however, that the council did pass an ordinance through the planning department regulations. If you're going to if you're going to have food outside, there is a requirement that they submit an application to the planning department to make sure for safety issues like the ballards and stuff, and that review happens. It's an internal review. It's not a formal hearing of the planning board. It's an internal review of, I believe, the fire marshal, the planning department, and the police department and others. And I think the city engineer was there to just make sure that if you are serving outside, that the public is protected from parking and roadways or whatever, as it may. So there is a review. It's not automatic. There is a review that has to happen. But this review did happen.
The motion was made and
And
seconded.
what's the difference if you have an outdoor liquor license, whether they put a portable bar out there or the servers bring it out? Is there legally a difference?
Say that again. I'm sorry. I didn't.
If you have an outdoor liquor license, does it matter if you set up a bar
It
outside?
does.
And what,
It's just part of the regulations. You just have the right to regulate in or out, and that's just part of it.
well, why?
That's just what the regulations allow you to do. If you.
Regulations we wrote?
These are state regulations.
So the state says you can drink outside, but you can't have a
No,
bartender
if they
outside.
want a bar, you have to approve that as part of your license. If they want to serve outside and have a bar, that needs to be specified in their license.
Well, they
Okay.
could, they would have.
Is there a box that says, do you plan on having a bar out there? Is that intuitive that an applicant would know that?
They have to provide drawings about where the bar is located. So they would know it,
Okay.
filling out the application.
One of the difference being that if you have a bar outside where people sit outside, you may, and if this establishment is not really close to a residential neighborhood, but if you were outside in a parking lot bordering a residential neighborhood, neighbors may have a problem with a bar outside where you're sitting in the bar, getting served with a bartender there, as opposed to sitting at a table when you're getting food. So that's one of the differences.
But if you're sitting outside and the waitress is bringing you drinks, what's the difference where the bar is located?
Well, you're not sitting outside at a bar and, there's two people congregating at a table as to 8 people that are congregating at a bar who might be, so
Yeah.
more quiet. But that's why it all comes before this board for their approval.
And I think there are differences in especially locations. 'Cause I do have residents that have reached out, not for this location in particular because it's not surrounded necessarily by residential, but other residential places that have bars next to them are concerned that there will be outdoor bars abutting their property. It's going to be an issue. So I think it's a case-by-case basis.
Any other questions? Motion was made and seconded. Madam Clerk, you call a roll, being that this is our first application.
Councilman Fogarty, Councilman Lawson,
Aye.
Councilwoman Sousa, Council President Rodrick.
Aye, motion passes 4-0. Thank you. Good luck. You're the first.
We gotta do the outdoor too?
With
Entertainment?
entertainment is the same issue. So, Jay, why don't you stay up here for the second part two? Sorry about that.
I'll make a motion to approve to get the
Second.
process going.
Public hearing, any comments about this? Ask one more time. Any comments? Motion has been made and seconded. Any other questions from the council? Did you say so? So the public hearings will be closed. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now you can go. Thank you. Next item.
Under communication, the first speaker that signed up has canceled that sign up. So we have Mayor De Silva speaking on the community center in Oldham School.
Mayor, I wanted to ask you, because this is also on the agenda later and we have such a long agenda, you want to wait and we'll have a regular group discussion when the matter comes up instead of doing it twice?
The reason I put myself on the docket to come under this form of communication was that I wanted to be able to speak at length about the issue without getting cut off. And I'm not saying anyone's going to cut me off here, but I've had occasions where I'd be in a conversation and it got cut short. So I just didn't want to be cut short during the conversation.
Well, I can assure you that I won't cut either the public, yourself, or any council members, as long as they're all keeping it with some civility. And I will not, as the person with the gavel, I will not cut you off.
Are you moving that item up now?
No, we want to get through.
Why don't we just do it all at once? Because we're gonna decide tonight whether we're going with the new construction or not.
Councilman, have I ever cut you off? I might hit you with this, but I haven't cut you off.
Council President, would all,
So proceed, go
I don't
ahead.
mind starting now, only because I do want the
Yeah.
people in attendance to be able to hear what's going on. I want the people at home to hear what's going on. And today I stand before this esteemed council to discuss a couple of items of great importance to our community. We're going to talk about the recreation center that's been previously approved by this council on numerous occasions. And we're going to talk about the Oldham project that we are very interested in getting done. So we have an opportunity here. The city of East Providence has an opportunity to build a recreation center to serve the needs of our community in a location that has been vetted before this council, that has received approval of this council, that's centrally located to the city. It's in Ward 2, close to Ward 1, and it's adjacent to the East Providence High School, and it's also adjacent to the East Providence Senior Center. Currently, one of the first things I did when I came into office was took a look at the state and condition of the recreation center that used to be at EB Cap at 100 Bullocks Point Avenue. It came to my attention that things were not in good shape there. That was in the first year of my term. So I went there, I took a look, I took a tour, and it was alarming, quite honestly. There was no security. There were people in the community that were going there for mental health issues, and they had access to our children. So when I learned this, and the gym by itself, by the way, was not even functional. The gym was in the middle of construction. So when I learned this and saw this for myself, we immediately shut down the community center, and we ended our arrangement with EBCAP, and we moved the recreational programs temporarily to the East Providence Senior Center in the lower level in the basement. And then we started the process of trying to see if we could follow through on the wishes of the community and having its own community center. So we started looking for funding. We started looking for resources. And we've been doing that since about 2021. So we reached a point now where we have approximately $10 million to get this community center built for our people, for our residents, for our children, for our seniors. We have approximately $3 million that came from a congressional directed spending allocation from Congressman Cicilline that is tied to the senior center property, that we have done work on, environmentals that are required by HUD. We've signed agreements with the federal government telling them what we're going to do. The governor put together some funding for community learning centers. Our staff, led by Dominic Leonardo and other members of the planning department, put together an application, a competitive application to the state to get some of these funds. We were awarded over $4 million. So we're at about 7 million change right now. And then I came to this esteemed council and pitched the idea to you. There was a lot of discussion back and forth about putting it over at Pierce, and we went back and forth, and we finally agreed that the best place for it would be centrally located on a bus route, close to Rumford, so that the people of Rumford and Ward 1 could easily access it. Close, right in the middle of Ward 2, where Ward 2 is in a census tract that qualifies it for some of this funding. And also very close to Ward 3. So really centrally located, halfway between Rumford and Riverside. So that process has been a years-long process. A lot of work, a lot of labor internally has gone into this, a lot of meetings here with the council. We've hired an architect with this council, voting for the architect award. We hired a project manager. Peregrine Group is the company that we went with. Peregrine Group, for those of you who may not be aware, are the ones who managed the project for the East Providence High School and is currently managing the project for the Martin Middle School build. So we know, we've dealt with them. We know they have a great track record in getting things done. And then just recently, most recently, we hired a construction manager at risk to help us get this project built. Now, this funding, all of this funding has strict timelines. And it's taken us a long time to get to where we are right now. We're still within a very tight timeline. And talking to Dominic and the other members of the team, the most stressful part of this whole project is trying to get everything done within these specific timelines. Now, I've invited the team. I've got the architect here. I've got Sam Bradner from Peregrine Group here to speak later on during the discussion that the council is going to have to fill you in more specifically from a professional point of view. So we've done all this work. And now we see the end line at the 11th hour. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel where we will deliver for our community a rec center that not only will deliver recreational opportunities, but also create a center for workforce development, for educational attainment, for community gatherings. Just this week, I ran into an older resident who's a member at the East Providence Senior Center. And she mentioned to me, Mayor, I hope you're still going forward with this plan because the seniors at the senior center really want to be able to go there and participate in some of the activities. We're much more active. So putting it where we're putting it will serve our elder population who currently go to the East Providence Senior Center and allow them to go there for whatever services they need and then walk across the parking lot to participate in physical activities to keep both their body and mind healthy. At the same time that this was going on, prior to this council taking office, the Oldham School was on my mind, and it was in a dilapidated, poor state. So Councilman Cahoon and I approached the school committee at the time and asked them if they'd be willing to turn that school over to city control so that we can build out a collaborative space for our community, while at the same time retaining the elementary school-sized gym as a satellite recreation facility for the people in Riverside. Melissa Spur actually testified before the East Providence School Committee, and you can look up the video and see exactly what the plan was. The plan was to keep that as a collaborative workspace with community uses, with multiple community uses, and to retain the little elementary school gym as a place for the community to use as a satellite recreational space. And the main goal of that was we see that our summer camp has grown exponentially. Our summer camp, you go by Pierce Memorial Stadium in the field, and you'll see children from all over the city. A lot of those children travel all the way from Riverside to Pierce. And the goal behind doing the improvements to Oldham and to keep that satellite recreational facility was so that we can run those summertime programs in Riverside so that those children in the area, but it wouldn't be exclusive to those children, but children could choose to go there instead of going to Pierce. At the same time that we're doing all this, we directed our planning department to put in for a grant for funding from DEM. And I want to thank the council who allocated some money for this project also, to put in for funding from DEM to install a splash pad at Providence Avenue Park. Because I did not want to build a satellite recreational facility to have summertime programs and not give the children of Riverside the same opportunities as the children would have going to Pierce. If you've been to the summertime program at Pierce, you'll see that we have a splash pad there. We have recreational activities. You got playground equipment. It's really a wonderful sight. When I go there and I see these children enjoying themselves, it brings great joy to my heart. So we wanted to do the same thing in Riverside. We wanted to have that elementary school gym turned into a satellite recreational facility with a splash pad. I do have good news. We were awarded the grant from DEM. Councilman Lawson put some money in to ARPA allocation that will help support the building of that. We're going to have an incredible facility once this project gets done. Now, as we go forward on this path that's been authorized by the council, this path that has been voted on by the council numerous times, we put in for what's called an Economic Development Administration grant from the federal government to do a feasibility study on the incubator space. And I want to credit once again Melissa Spur, Keith Brines, members of the planning department who did all of the work to apply for this grant. And we were awarded based on our application. And you can look at the application. The application explains exactly what we plan on doing with this building, which is create an incubator space so that people in East Providence can have a place to start their business, similar to what Hope in Maine does for people, for very successful businesses. For those of you who have heard of Beeston Federal, Navad Bakers, that's just two very successful East Providence businesses right here in East Providence that started at Hope in Maine. And we want to replicate that here at Oldham, in East Providence, in Riverside. So great credit goes to Melissa for applying for the grant. The feasibility study, just so you know how things go, we had to go out to an RFQ. We had to vet the different applicants, and then we awarded the grant, the award through this council, by the way. The council voted to award the contract. Now, the feasibility study just started. As a matter of fact, I posted a video online of an interview that we did with the lead on the project, and she kind of explains exactly what she's doing with the whole project. The city is not interested in demolishing the building. The city is interested in preserving this building. The city is interested in making this building become a vital community asset that will hopefully grow the dreams and aspirations of people in East Providence to become successful businesses, just like Feast and Fettle and Navad Bakers, just like they started out in a small incubator space. Part of the vetting of everything included us going out to RFP, technically I think it was an RFQ, to see if there were any private investors who would want to lease the building, lease or buy. I think that's how the language was said. Did it say lease or buy? Yes, it did. That would lease or buy the building at Oldham. But in the RFP, it's public. It's listed online. You can read it for yourselves. It's spelled out specifically that the building would have to be used as an incubator space and that the elementary school gym would have to be retained as a public community center type satellite recreation facility. That's the work we've been doing. We've been doing this in collaboration with this council all along. This council supported us all along. We're getting things done. The fact that we have now approximately $10 million to build our residents, our community, a much needed community center is somewhere we have never been before. 2 prior councils let this community down. 2 prior public votes asked for a community center, and 2 prior administrations let this community down. My hope is that this council will take in all the information they hear today and think twice before taking steps that will absolutely derail this community center project.
No,
If
Mr. Mayor, so the feasibility study has begun. Is there a timetable when they'll have a recommendation?
The feasibility study, from what I'm being told, could be 9 months to a year. Now, here's what needs to be known by the community, by the council. The feasibility study will put out a roadmap, a well thought out plan of how we develop this property into a good incubator project that will get funded or that will be eligible for funding through the EDA to the tune of tens of millions of dollars. The Oldham School, back when they shuttered it, it was said that they would have needed back then between $8 to $11 million to bring this building up to standards. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. I feel confident that we have a track record of working with our federal delegation and our state partners to get money for East Providence residents. We've been very successful at getting grants for East Providence residents. What will not play out well is if we take action as a council where we have to give this money back. I'm talking about the $3 million that won't be able to be used. I'm talking about the $4 million that the state has promised to this project. We give this money back, $7 million. By the way, that's not a drop in a bucket. That's a lot of money. We give this money back. Our opportunities down the road, when it comes time for us to apply for further grants, we're going to be greatly diminished because no one's going to want to take a chance on us. And the fire chief is here to talk on another issue, and he can tell you about what happened with the SAFER grant. The fire department, many administrations ago, put in for a federal SAFER grant to hire more firefighters. And what happened? The city at the time reneged on the grant after it had been awarded. Correct, Chief? And from that point going forward, you're placed on the bad list. They don't want to take a chance on you if you can't deliver. If you put in for federal dollars and then you can't get your act together and you return the money, you're putting your city at risk of having a difficult time getting future grants. So here we are in a well-positioned, I just want the council to know that we are well-positioned based on your guidance, based on your approvals, to build a community center for the people of East Providence, centrally located, that's going to serve our senior population, it's going to serve our adult population, and it will serve our youth. Now, some people will say, what about traffic coming into the area? The rec program already is actively involved. There's a rec program that's going on in the basement. Our children are in the basement of the senior center. Kids come there after school.
I think, that you've given a good preamble. So let's hold that there. You can add if there's something different to say. I'll turn it, go to Councilman Lawson.
Yeah, so I'm going to give the reason why I'm voting no tonight to move forward. We don't need 2 rec centers. To spend over 10 million for 3 rooms and a gym when Oldham provides everything that you're trying to accomplish. This governor's learning center stuff, give the money to the school departments. We don't need a brand new building for after school learning. We got 13 schools, 3 libraries. Let's be smart. It wasn't that long ago we had a budget commission here. And now we're looking to build a new rec center when we have a perfect building that could accomplish all that. My ask is that if the grant money can't go, that's fine. That's on the governor and the Congress. I do not think it makes smart fiscal sense to build a new construction when that Oldham building provides everything you're looking in this new building.
That's not correct, Councilman. Can I
So, well, no, let me finish, please, respectfully. The seniors have a gym. To say that you need to build them a gym, they already have a gym in that building. They have a nicer gym than Planet Fitness. Okay? So, location. Historically, the rec center's been down in Riverside. It's on a bus line. So to say you got to get a bus to get there, a couple miles down the road, and you're at Oldham. Oldham provides outdoor recreation space. We don't get that across from the high school. You're going to have the kids run around near Pawtucket Ave. It makes no sense. And the reason, and it was not a unanimous, let's get together and build this. It was a struggle because we do not agree with the location. We did not agree with the need for a new build, but we want a rec center for the people of East Providence. I am convinced everything you're trying to accomplish can be accomplished in the Oldham building if we put the resources into it. You got multiple classrooms. The whole back of the building can be the business incubator. The gym, it's a little bit small, but with some money, we can expand. There's room outside to expand on that. The grounds, there's room for a community garden. So much can be done at that location. There is zero reason in my mind for a new construction for a rec center. Because then basically you would have 2 rec facilities. And we just borrowed $300 million. Tax dollars, we're going to be raising taxes for the next couple of years. And you want to add a new construction, a new building. It's just, I cannot vote to move forward on that. And I respectfully understand. I don't know if you're planning a presentation. We know all the facts. We know what you guys have done to get to this point. We understand the grant money. You wouldn't budge over the location because you said the grant money wouldn't follow. I am making the pitch, and I believe there's people here tonight that would like to speak on it, that it makes zero sense for a new construction when there's an existing building. And it's like the Wolf School in Warwick, if you want to know how well built this building is. Yes, it needs work because we neglected it for over a decade. It needs a lot of work, but I believe the investment is worth it to provide the citizens of East Providence, all of East Providence, not just Riverside, a rec center, community center. There'll be a business incubator space, outdoor space. That building is next to a playground, ball fields, outdoor basketball courts, the splash pads coming in. Why we wouldn't make that our rec center, I just cannot get past that. Why would we need 2 buildings to accomplish the same things? And that's where I'm coming from. And if we want to open up, there are people here.
I haven't finished.
But yep, nope, absolutely. But that's my point of why I don't think it makes fiscal sense for a new construction
Right.
at this
And
point.
what I'd like to do, I will open it up later, and I want to do a kind of, I'll be 60 minutes here. We're going to do a point counterpoint. So I want everyone to be comfortable, and you say something, you need to respond back. Right. And looking so do you want to counter or
So
add to that?
Yes, I would. You're
As
talking about
briefly. No, I'm not counting minutes. I'm
You're
just
talking about $10 million that we have in hand that came from sources outside of going to the taxpayers directly, the residential and commercial property taxpayers. This is $10 million a federal grant, $3 million, a $4 million allocation from the state, and $3 million in federal opera funds, $10 million to build a state-of-the-art facility that can house a full court basketball. One of the things we heard from the community, if the community matters in this conversation, which to me it does, we heard from the community that they needed more indoor space for basketball. Damian Ramos mentioned to me on numerous occasions how the boys club and the girls club, they don't have enough space. This facility is being designed to house a full court basketball game, and we're designing it so that you can run 2 basketball games side to side. Smaller court, but for younger kids. I think we could have both, and we're pushing to have both. We have the money, we have the plans, we have a timeline. We're moving in the direction to have both. What the council is proposing to do, and let's be honest, let's tell everybody what you're doing. You want to derail this, so you kill this project. You want to kill a project that you supported numerous times in the past, publicly on votes. I have the resolutions here. You want to kill a project. And by the way, the money, even the $3 million that we're down to $2 million now, because we've used about $1 million of it to pay for the services that we're paying for to get this project done. The $2 million of ARPA funds that are left, we would never be able to get under contract to do the work we need to do. And let's say we do, the feasibility study comes back and it says, hey, this project in 2008, when we closed it, was an $11 million project. Now it's at $20 million. We've spoken to two different sets of people. As a matter of fact, I asked Sam Bradner to take a walk through. I mean, Sam's got a lot of experience, and he gave me his point of view on it. The woman who is leading the feasibility study, she came back and she's like, look, it's more expensive to do a total rehab in some cases than it is to do a new construction. Just to make everything clear here, Oldham right now needs a roof, both the pitched roof, the flat roof. By the way, we went out to RFP today to try to get a quote and a price. It needs a roof. It's got asbestos floor, lead paint throughout, mold. All of the drop ceilings are molded out. You need to do a complete gut of this whole building. It's not like, hey, I can come in there and slap some paint on the walls and we're good. It's not like, hey, I can throw some windows up. As a matter of fact, we asked her, I said, hey, can we, do you think it's a good idea for us to put windows up? She said, well, if we're going to turn this into an incubator space, don't put new windows in yet, because we may need that wall that has windows to turn it into, a kitchen area or some other use. So we're trying to do things. The administration is trying to do things with a plan, with a long-term goal of accomplishing both projects. I brought this project to Councilman Lawson when he first was elected in January. I sat down with him in my office and I said, Councilman, this is a project we started before you took office. This is something I want to collaborate with you to get done. And now, I'm not following what's going on.
I told you I was committed to build a rec center.
Yes.
And looking at everything, it makes 0 sense for new construction.
But you're talking about new construction with $10 million of money
So
that's getting infused into the city to build a state-of-the-art facility.
and
The money's there. We have the money.
here's the thing. You want the flash and the big woo. We have a practical building in place that can be used. We could take the opera money from your proposed, put it towards a roof, put it towards doors, get started. You keep wanting to drag your feet. We just talked about a field that's going to be 4 years in the making now. We have the ability to start moving forward on Oldham. We have $1 million already allocated. We're going to have leftover from the police station. I got a ordinance to move money from the proposed building. We can get started. If we're this far apart, we can get this far apart. You want to sit and wait a couple more years, a year for the feasibility, then another year while you guys apply for grants and stuff. I understand, but I'm just letting you know, I am not voting for new construction for the reason Oldham makes more sense as the city's rec center.
So before I go to Councilman Regal, let's just put the dollars on the table. If the council were to renege, which is what we would be doing, because we have already, as the mayor has said, we have approved all of these things. So what monies would we lose?
We
And
would-
then I want to find out is it 10 million between?
So we would lose, here's what we're going to end up losing. We would lose the $3 million that was earmarked for the project from Congressman Cicilline. We're going to lose the $4 million plus, because I'm being told that other communities were not as well positioned as us. They could not meet the timeline. Other communities wanted to do the same thing we wanted to do, big communities. And they were not as well positioned as we were to meet the definitive timelines to get this thing built. We may actually get more money, and we're hearing that sometime in June, we're going to hear that we're going to get some more of this money that the governor had put aside for the learning centers. Now, nothing's public yet, nothing's official, but I've been in conversations with people saying, look, these other communities, they couldn't meet your timeline. You guys are way ahead of the ball. You got this thing going. I just don't understand a city council that would look at $10 million to build our residents a community center, a new community center, and at the same time, an administration that is working to build and preserve Oldham to create a satellite community center. I can't understand where the vote would be. I can't understand why.
We can't understand why your administration didn't have the vision to say Oldham makes the most sense. It's a building that has everything you need. And this community learning stuff, the governors, I don't recall getting in behind that. He proposed a budget to cut $1 million from our schools. Luckily, our state reps cut that. Why wouldn't he put that money into our existing schools? What are after-school learning going to achieve that our schools
I
use those resources?
I was going to have Jeremy Chapedo. I was going to have our library director. I was going to have our senior center director. I was going to have.
So why is it 13 schools, 3 libraries, Sweetland House, Briar House? That's not enough for after-school learning?
So
That's not enough?
So I don't understand the logic. I don't understand where you're coming from. Because what I'm telling the council and the community is that we have the opportunity to build a community center for our residents.
Why do we need a new building when we have an existing building?
Because that building, we don't know what the cost will be for that building. We haven't done any legwork on that building, and we're not going to be able to meet the timeline.
We gave you $1 million a year ago to start the process.
We started the process. This council authorized us to enter into an agreement for a feasibility study so that we can leverage EDA grant money. My thing is, I don't know what issue you have with the governor's plans or what he's trying to do. You're going to hurt the people of East Providence.
How are we going to hurt the people by not authorizing a new construction?
Because we are on the verge of getting this thing built. And if you take these actions, you're going to put that to bed and kill that. And you're going to kill Oldham. We're not going to be able to put that $10 million towards Oldham. Oldham is
We can put the opera money towards Oldham.
Oldham is probably going to, but we still.
And you keep saying you can get extra grant money for Oldham. So I don't understand why you're so against getting started on Oldham.
We already are in June.
Yeah.
For us to go out to RFP.
You just said you went to RFP for a roof.
Okay. I don't know how you do things. We want to put together a plan that's well thought out, that we can leverage for federal funds.
And you don't think that plan's going to call for windows, roofs, and doors?
Listen, we're going to go round and round. Apparently.
No, that's fine.
Look,
we had our piece. Let's let the public chime in.
And let's just finish
said my
the
piece.
money. The state and federal is $7 million. What is the opera that?
we're down to $2 million on the ARPA because we spent that money on contracts that we have with our people who are looking to build this thing.
So anyone else on the council have a comment?
I just have a statement. My fellow council person from Ward 4 asked for the RFP last year. I mean, around this time. And surprisingly, it went out today. I just have to say that. I'm sorry. I said, you've been asking for that RFP. You've been asking for it a year ago. And now all of a sudden I'm hearing now that it happens to happen today. So I don't know. I guess it's, if you wait long enough, things happen in a positive way. So I look at that you're getting that. Then the 365, my understanding is the project's already been going on. The Boys and Girls Club have been running the program already. So is it or isn't it tied to this program? Because it's already been going. So I'm a little confused. They've been running it, they promote it, and now we're saying it's tied to this thing. That's, just help me with that.
The Learn 365.
It's going on right
The Learn
now, correct?
365 is an incredible
I
program
know it's an
that's
incredible
having
program.
positive impacts on our student population. But right now, our recreational kids are working out of the basement of the senior center, that's where we're running our programs. What we are trying to achieve, the Learn 365 is a program separate and apart from the Learning Center. The Learning Center is meant not only, and by the way, when we did the application to get the money from the Learning Center, the application took a good, I don't know, year maybe, back and forth, going back and forth with the state. And then that application had to be submitted to the U.S. Treasury to get approved. I mean, we've been working and following the guidance of this council to get things done. I just think it's a black eye for our city if in the middle of us doing all this work, dealing with our federal partners, dealing with our state partners, and now we're just, I don't understand the
I
thinking
suggest you
here.
talk more with the residents, and they will tell you that you don't have the support for this new construction that you think you do, buddy. I'm sorry. I got about 11 emails already saying do not do the new construction. And when we were at the parade at the Oldham School the other day, I had about 20 people come up say, yes, this is where we should be. So I don't hear
Okay, so
people
I'm gonna,
clamoring for new construction across from the high school.
well,
You're willing to kill both projects is what you're looking at.
Why would we kill both?
Because we are not going to be able to get the money encumbered by December 31st to do things the right way.
Roof,
To
door,
do-
and windows?
Roof done and windows does nothing. Roof done and
It
windows.
gets us started. It makes us go from here to here. To there.
You will have zero with a new roof and windows. You'll have a building that needs millions and millions.
And
of
you
dollars
keep saying how much
of
grant money you're
of
going to get for
improvement.
it.
You're going to need millions and millions of dollars of improvement with a new roof and windows
Mhm.
that serves no purpose to the community. There's lead paint, there's asbestos, there's no heating system. The
Well, it sounds
electrical
like you're
system
trying to
needs be
talk
upgraded.
us out of it.
No, what I'm trying
Like
to
you
talk-
want to run out the clock and then sell the building. But that's what you sound like, Bob.
First
all
of
right, so hang on, everyone. So we're gonna go, and we've consolidated this conversation, so we will open it up to the public, and then later on, we won't, because we're not gonna do this till 3 a.m. Although if we have to, I'll stay. So here are some of my concerns. The 365 plan, and I've had discussions with the mayor about this. It's here, okay. I've never been the biggest supporter of that. I don't see.
There is a difference, 365 and then the Learning Center. The grant they got was to build a Learning Center, which, again, we got 13 schools, 3 libraries, Sweetland, Briar.
And that's what I mean. There are ways we could probably handle that. My hesitation and concern is a lot of this discussion, this should have been done before. We have voted on all of this. I agree with Councilman Lawson that there was some agita, but it was behind the scenes. It was meetings 1-on-1, 2-on-2. Some of us, including I mentioned, Pierce Field might be a site. But when I found out the location that I wanted at Pierce was not available, because there's a building there now, a bar, that we had no access to. And I met with those owners. So that didn't leave any space. I certainly wasn't going to support taking a big green area of Pierce to put up a building and a parking lot. So we all went with the current site. The other fact that is inexcusable is the Oldham building is a mess. Councilman Lawson and I walked through it. with the mayor, with some others, with DPW. And it does really need more than a roof and windows. When the state mandated its closure in 2011, it was a school then. They said, you're looking at 11 or 12 million dollars to just make this a school. And the budget commission then came in and they said, we're not going to allow you to do that. And so it was closed. So we know we're starting at that point, and that was back in 2011. I wonder what it's going to cost now. And we've already spent some money that we, sitting up here, have approved. Now, yeah, we can renege, we can go back, and it may get that way, but that's, I think, where we are now. So, unorthodox as it may be, I would ask people, we certainly are not going to allow people to pontificate for half an hour each. This will not serve any purpose. If before I allow people to come forward and say a couple of words, remembering that we have done this before, there have been public hearings. Is there anything new that, you can come back after, obviously and rebut, but there's something different to add?
I just want to remind the council, resolution number 67, adopted by the council on 10/26/23. Resolution authorizing the city administration to begin the process of constructing a community recreation center. That was passed 10/26/23. These things take time. Things take time. It doesn't happen overnight. So that was in October of 23. Resolution 77, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a proposal for architectural and engineering services for the proposed East Providence Community Center. That was on 12/5/23. Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract with New Venture Advisors, LLC, to conduct a feasibility study on the conversion of the former Oldham Elementary School into a small business incubator. That was on 3/19.
Mr. Mayor, I want to just save you some time. I will stipulate, and I'm sure the council will stipulate. Is there anyone on the council who disagrees that we have not already approved all of this? And it's just a matter now of changing minds, correct? We have approved, we agree.
What I wanted to, the
Yep.
reason I was leading up to this is I wanted to let the community know that all of these council actions that authorize us to do things encumbered the city to contractual agreements that we will be on the hook for legally. We've signed agreements with the state proposing a plan of action, and we've signed agreements with HUD. I just think if the goal is to destroy the city's credibility, if the goal is to after you've
Right.
repeatedly approved it, if the goal is now to give us a black eye with our federal and state partners, and that we will never be looked upon favorably again when we're looking for federal grants, then you're going to achieve that goal by doing this.
And
You can't
okay, hang on.
you can't publicly tell someone you're going to do something. We rely on that. We do it. And then you pull the carpet out from under
Right.
us. So
I hear you. I understand. And I want to say on behalf of Councilman Lawson, that is not his goal. And it's not the goal of the council. I believe that he's had a change of heart officially. Right. So we're going to try to work this out together. Now, I'm not looking at him, but I can tell he's looking at me because I probably have crossed the line with saying a public can speak. So how can I handle this, solicitor?
So just remind, so this is down for two passages. Usually we have the public hearing at the second passage because this is an ordinance. So this is just first, but you can allow, I'm not saying you can't have, you can always have public comment anytime you
Right.
want. So that's not an issue.
So it would be called public comment,
Yeah, we're not
not.
going to sit there.
not,
We're not
uh,
going to hold these people back.
I'm not
That's
suggesting
not
you
the
do.
job of this.
No, he's not saying that.
I'm not, I didn't say that, Councilman.
You're borderline it.
I didn't borderline, and
No.
I just said you could do it. I didn't say you couldn't
Right.
do it. At the appropriate
Right.
time, I did have an
I
opportunity,
asked for his opinion. That's
and I'm
so-
trying to help the council, not
right.
her.
So at this time on the public comment, if you'd like to come forward and give your thoughts if there's anyone here. And I'd ask you ahead of time to save time to line up, and then one at a time, folks can come up. Please give your name and address for the record. Well, well, it's still under public comment, but on this topic. Oh, there will be other yeah.
No,
Uh,
if communication's over, we're on public comment now. So we can just go by the list.
We can go by the list, sure. I'm trying to be amenable to everyone and not hold to, strict. So, yeah, people asked if they could speak, and
Yeah, we'll be in order.
all right, Madam Clerk, please.
Are we on public comment on anything now? Are we on a part of?
We're on the list.
Everything. Okay, we're on the list.
We're on the list. So let's go to the list. Madam Clerk, please read the list in order as people sign.
Anna Souza, speaking on technical issues at previous council meeting and municipal training in neighborhoods.
Thank you. So I did want to, as most people know, to our previous meeting, the council had to continue our meeting because we were experiencing some technical difficulties at the beginning of the meeting. Our cameras weren't functioning for the podium, and during the meeting, we experienced an outage of our microphones, our cameras, our televisions. As you can see, one of them is out now, and then our internet. And the chief of staff did look to problem shoot, but the issue was not found in a timely manner, and so the council had continued its meeting till today. I take umbrage with our city mayor, who then thinks that it is appropriate and professional to go on social media and try to make a mockery of this council by saying simply an unplugged outlet that one of us must have pulled on while we're sitting up here because we play around with our feet amongst the electric underneath us. So I thought that was really inappropriate of the mayor to do that, and I understand the reason why, because politics is everything in Rhode Island, and so when you want to make other people look a certain way, you take it to social media and you make your stories. So for all those residents who bought into that theatrical post from the mayor, congratulations for being a puppet in that. For all the others who know that it's not as simple as just unplugging something underneath, and I don't care how many pictures you can post pictures from now, and when the room is empty, we can unplug everything and post pictures from that. I just didn't appreciate that. I thought it was very unprofessional for that to be done from a leader in the city. And that's all I have to say about that. And one more key note, there have been ongoing issues in this building with internet service throughout the last month. So this is not anything that's new. It just so happened to be during a public meeting that the council was holding. And me personally, I will never hold a meeting with the council that is not broadcasted either through a video or through live feed, because that is a public record. It captures what's going on real time so that then it can be broadcast at a later time like it always has been. Thank you.
Thank you. I cannot comment in the 6 years or so or more I've been on the council. It was a one and only meeting I missed, so I don't know what happened. But next on the list, thank you, Councilwoman.
Welcome. So the second item that I have under communication is because when I requested it, it was not added due to an inability to add per the council president, but it will be a further discussion on the next council meeting. So part of what I'd like to talk about is the municipal training that is taking place in the State Street and Abbott Street area. It was discussed with the chief over a month ago, if not more, that there were some disturbances there by constituents and that they were uncomfortable what was going on. It was explained to them what the situation was, that the city was using it for their own personal training, and that they would be notifying the residents in that area, which they did. Some residents, not all residents, so some were surprised and bothered by what was going on. But since then, there have been additional municipalities coming into that area, disrupting that community with some significant training that is has been scary to those who live there. So we have elderly, we have people that might have cognitive deficits, and so to see huge armored trucks and different equipment that are law enforcement and safety use can be scary to people, and it does clutter up the area. So a bigger conversation about that will be had on the next council meeting with hopefully some more information from our chief of police on a timeline when that will stop happening in that neighborhood, or if maybe we could find a better location that isn't within other homes that are not abandoned in that area. Because as we know, a lot of the homes in the State Street and Abbott area were abandoned by residents, and that land will be turned back into wetland to help return that area to a less dramatic flooding to those who live there. So I think we can come up with a better plan that doesn't involve parking heavy machinery on people's lawns or near their driveways. Again, that can be disruptive. And that's all I have to share right now.
Thank you. Yeah, and yes, we will have that more on the agenda. Just to clarify, there wasn't an inability to put it on the agenda tonight. The agenda was already posted, the Secretary of State's office. Now, there is a process where you can pull that back and redo it. So I just suggested to the councilwoman that she freely discuss it tonight, and then next meeting it can be listed as a docket item. As you all know, we've had quite a long docket. I would ask Chief of Staff if you could just for that next meeting, in addition to these questions of the councilwoman, what is the timetable of the demolition? I mean, that whole, can we find that out from the agency that funded the project? I think the time has come when we ought to be close to getting those properties cleared out. I fully support police and fire training. It happens all the time in abandoned properties. I've seen several houses that were abandoned and slated to be raised. The building on Waterman Avenue used to house the restaurant that moved to Barrington, Oxford Tavern. I know we did some training there. So that's a normal process. I do raise my eyebrow a little when I hear tanks and armored vehicles rolling through a neighborhood without some notice, allegedly. So beyond all of that, let's just find out, when are they going to knock down these houses?
I can give you that answer. Good evening, Council President.
Thank you.
Members of the council. So I did speak with Nina DeMarco, who's been handling this project from the beginning, from the time of the press conference through now. And we had recently checked in on that exact matter. And she has confirmed through an email just May 22nd that was going to happen in mid-July. Demolition,
That will start, and do they,
mid-July.
and they, by the end of summer, maybe have it all done?
I can confirm with her on the timeline, but at least we know it's mid-July to start.
And just very quickly, 10 seconds or less, so we don't belabor this, to refresh memories, this will all be put back in an original state, natural habitat, no more building. That was the purpose of this, because of the flooding. So, okay, and I think they've had enough time for training, and also time has come get these. Chief, how many tanks do you have in the fire department? Oh, okay.
And just to clarify, there will be proper notification to residents along.
I'd
the-
imagine so, but I can confirm with what their process is because it's the state and through the
Yeah, that would be appreciated, and in a timely manner. So I don't believe 48 hours is a good timely, at least a week would be appropriate if we
in
could.
terms of notifying the
The
residents.
residents that
Well, I'll
things are
check what
happening.
their
Yeah.
process is. We have no control of what their process is, but we can relay our interest in having the neighbors be contacted within.
Okay, if I could just get that information back at what their process is, so that I'm aware, and then I can take action if I need to. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Connie Croshaw speaking on Miriam Street.
Welcome, Connie. Just give your name and address for the record.
Connie Croshaw, 4 Marion Street, Phillipsdale Historic Section of Winford. I'm a lifelong East Providence resident. I've lived on Marion Street since 1978. And in 2020, after 42 years, Marion Street had a beautiful new pavement by the city of East Providence, and it was beautiful. And I was psyched because I used to look every year to see when our street was paved. Well, unfortunately, shortly after that, it started becoming dismantled due to gas leaks. So there was digging, hole drilling, patching, different color markings on the street. And I understand that the markings are a safety issue, so people are aware where the lines are. But my concern was that the street was paved in 2020, and this has been going on now for 4 years. The most recent work there was Memorial Day weekend. There were 2 trucks from the Rhode Island Energy, a trailer with a ground digging device on it, and cones at the end of the street, a police officer. So I was wondering what's going on. I thought maybe we had a worse leak, but there was more drilling and more patching done. And then March 1st, about a month before that, there was drilling again. And at that time, the drilling hit a water main or water pipe to my neighbor's house. And that was on Friday, March 1st. And he had no water till Monday, March 4th. So anyway, when this drilling all started in 2020, National Grid was still in charge. And a gentleman from National Grid who had a lot of wisdom, he seemed to be with this type of stuff for a while. I was out chatting in front and saying, how can you? And I said, it's a brand new street. And it was right after it was done, within a month. So he mentioned to me that anytime, this is a very common occurrence, that when streets are drilled to be repaired, jackhammered and the whole thing, that the underground gas lines are old cast iron. And he said in the neighborhood, this neighborhood's very old, it's historic. Most of the houses were built in the late 1800s, early 1900s. So we're talking 100, 125-year-old. And he said what usually happens is the lines get disturbed and there's crack and things become destabilized, and that's what causes the problem. So anyway, I did a little research on my own, and I found out, maybe feel a little bit better, it's not just my street, but it's a statewide problem. Rhode Island has one of the oldest in disrepair gas line infrastructure in the nation. And I'm just wondering if the city, along with RIE and the help of our congressman, some sort of PHMSA grant to start updating some of these old pipelines in the city. And I have a few questions. I took some pictures here, close-up pictures of the markings on the street. And again, I want to say that the gentlemen, the workers from Rhode Island Energy, have to mark the street for the safety of them working in the area. For the safety of any of the city workers that have to tear up the street to do repaving, safety of the neighborhood. But I'm just trying to figure out, where is it going from here? Now, besides the yellow gas lines, I'm seeing white lines and blue lines. And the gentleman from Rhode Island Energy said that the blue lines are city lines, and he believed Big Safe had the gas companies mark more lines in the streets. And the gas lines, because the city is putting in sewer lines. So basically what I would like to know is what's being done on the street, what all these different lines signify, and what kind of work is being done by the city on the street. And if the work being done by the city will cause excavation again of the street, can Rhode Island Energy replace or repair the old cast iron gas lines while the streets are open, instead of, after everything is patched up again, to go back to continue drilling and patching after the fact? I took some pictures, and maybe we can just pass these along, and maybe somebody might know what all these symbols are.
Councilman, we go.
Question for the clerk. I have pictures of this street. If you do remember, I stopped at your house.
Yes.
I was at- Okay.
I sent an email Saturday, and Sunday morning, I got home from church and I heard a knock at the door, and it was Councilman Rigo, and he walked the streets with me. I thank you for that.
So-
Because you could drive by the street and you didn't appreciate it. I invite anybody to come on my street to walk. Because if you ride, but I hope you see the close-up picture of my house. I walk out every day. Two initials. I don't know if they signed their work in things. Blue, white, yellow. One thing looks like I thought they were starting a tic-tac-toe board. Blue lines with dots, no X's but the dot. So my question is, if you look at these, one has HPC. What's that mean? Another one says yellow 4-inch CI. Another one is an arrow, L-shaped with an arrow. That's it.
So can I interrupt you and probably save some time here because these are good questions. They're standard. We hear them across the city. And I don't know if DPW, you want to get back to us on Miriam Street or Eric Skagberg and can probably give you an update.
So you understand. Yes,
So the blue is water infrastructure the city owns. There is no new sewer being built on that road. There's no new water being installed, so it's all in regards to Rhode Island Energy and North Gas. It is an old gas line. They've been working in the city since I've been here. It is a massive project that they're working on. It's throughout the state. They can only do so much basically in each city and town every year. They have budget constraints. They have PUC regulations they need to abide by. So they are doing their best to get rid of all these old cast iron. We are in touch with Rhode Island Energy, National Grid, every year before we do paving. The least obtrusive method of paving is to do this mill and overload, which is what we did basically on Miriam. So they take off the first 1.5 inches and then they put back 1.5 inches. So that typically does not disrupt the pipes as the aggressive reclaiming process does. As he said, in this case, the pipe was fragile and it has a leak. So they need to replace that pipe ultimately, what they need to do. I think the markings you're looking at, the white, those are typically dig safe markings. They'll have arrows and corners to show the extent of the work they're going to propose to do. That is typically written out by, in this case, it's probably either Hartford Paving, which might be the HPC, Hartford Paving Corporation. They're the ones that are come in and do a final pat on where they dug. Rhode Island Energy, RIE, that's going to be your yellow lines. And the blue, typically what they do is they'll have a center line of the pipe, and then on each side they'll have 2 dots, just to kind of show the extent of and width of the pipe. So so whoever's digging has an idea of where the pipes and how wide the pipe. You will. Yes, you will. I mean, ultimately the painted lines that you see, it's water-based paint, they'll wash away. They'll fade away with the UV. And hopefully when they're all said and done, they'll have a nice patch in the road. Now, this was a new road when they came in here. So we're going to have discussions with them. Ultimately, they're going to have to replace the pipe. When they do that, they'll have to pave the road curb to curb, and you'll have another building. So that's the ultimate goal. If you have other questions, you can certainly just come to our office. And you don't have to.
Eric, do you have a timetable on that street so I can work with Ms. Croshaw here and follow up? Because obviously this isn't the only street that we have an issue in the first ward with, but this one is one that's more concerned since the city spent money in 2020, and then a year or so later, it started to get dig up. Less than a year. So have you been in contact with them about this particular street?
Oh, we have, yes.
And what are they saying, their timetable?
They have not given us a timetable as to when they're going to replace the actual pipe. They're working on other projects first.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Connie, feel free, give the office a call, they're very responsive. Yes, and you and I have had conversations also about this.
Thank you.
Pictures.
And I especially appreciate that you asked for a timeline, because it's been 4 years, so I appreciate that.
And we do have,
I'd also like to thank Bill, the city clerk. He's a great one.
we had technical difficulties with with your Connie, we had technical difficulties tonight with your photos. So we have them on record.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Candy Seal, support for 2 resolutions.
Welcome.
Council President Rodrick, Candy Seal, 1340 South Broadway, 02914. I'm speaking tonight as an individual, not on behalf of anyone else. I'm speaking as a resident and taxpayer of East Providence. 2 resolutions. Briefly, I am in full support of the ordinance sponsored by Council Vice President Rigo, appropriating funds for the full-time operation of a full 4th rescue. Along those lines, I'm in full support of the resolution sponsored by Council Vice President Rigo in support of an ordinance appropriating funds for the full-time operation of a 4th rescue. Second, for every reason put forth by Councilman Lawson, I'm in full support of the resolution that he is sponsoring, requesting the former Oldham School building be the site of a new recreation center, and that all ARPA funds allocated toward a recreation center be moved to the Oldham School building site. And along those lines, I am full support of his ordinance, amending ordinance chapter 911, reallocating and reappropriating up to $3 million formerly allocated toward a community recreation center toward the former Oldham School building for needed upgrades. Thank you, Council President. That's the shortest you've ever heard from me.
That's a record. Thank you, Ms. Seal. And no green, you have blue on. That's a neutral. Yes. Next item.
Nancy Hale, speaking on sustainability issues. Nancy Hale, 889 Bullocks Point Avenue.
Welcome.
I might need a couple of extra minutes tonight if possible, but let's just get going.
Let's just start.
Yep, let's just get going. So I want to just address some of the issues. So this is why I want to ask a minute. With regard to the, I want to now call it the whatever center because it's referred to as a recreation center, a workforce development center, basketball courts. I mean, it just seems to not be really clear what it is, but $3 million of ARPA money, which would be rescue money, it seems to me, you know, it couldn't be possibly put towards that if it wasn't allowed, but it just doesn't seem like rescue money goes to something new. I want to go to agreeing with Council President Rodrick that conversations about these gigantic projects should be done before a lot of money is spent on whatever RFPs and Qs, whatever they are, and feasibility studies that cost $200 million or $200,000, or professional services, including architects, lawyers, engineers, whatever. Okay, seems to me that the communities, whether it be Metacomic community or any community where a gigantic development of any kind, the community should be consulted before a lot of money is spent on the project. I think then just a couple questions about I'm shifting off my topic because what? Well, I was confused that because I thought that there was a public hearing. We were supposed to be able to speak about that, but then
No, you're free under this format to speak.
right, it'll
on
only
what
be
you
another
have.
minute. There's just a
Another
couple
minute or
questions which I
so.
think can be answered.
One, it has to do with parking at the senior center, which seems to be an issue right now because high school students park there. And some seniors have had trouble finding parking spots, at least one day of the week I know of, which there's a lot of activities going on and they come in to get a parking spot and it's difficult because high school students, now that might not be happening during the summer, but so the question is if you're going to build another recreation or workforce development or whatever center it is, those issues, first of all, parking, I'd like to hear the answer about that. And also the intersection we've heard is an issue as far as traffic goes. And it seems to be the closest intersection to the police department, yet I guess it's a federal road. So when is that going to be fixed?
Yeah, that's a state intersection and,
I meant state. When
right,
I said
and
federal. But what I'm saying,
traffic is gonna be there no matter what.
of course,
It's always
a huge
been there, it
intersection.
always will be. We're
Right,
trying to
but
get the light to change,
I thought
different
there was a-
angles, left, right. The DOT has been asked 100 times. They say it's not up front on their list because they'd have to take some land to make a left turn lane, which
So that's not going to be fixed.
it's not going to be fixed within the next
So
year. or
there's
so.
adding more traffic to that intersection and more parking, but maybe the people in planning or whatever.
Possibly. Not everybody
Well,
drives there
not
at
the road,
same
not the
time.
intersection. So the intersection's not going to get fixed.
Well,
And
it's
what about the parking then?
doesn't. What do you mean by fixed?
Changed in any way?
No, not in the near future. That's what the state DOT is saying.
Not changed. So we're still going to have a traffic issue there and we're adding more traffic to get there. That's just a question.
Sure.
That does not mean I'm against the new construction.
Oh, I hear.
It's just a question. So I can table my other topic for another night, or I can go into it.
That would be appreciated. Thank you, as always.
Thank you for the flexibility.
Yes, thanks. Good questions. Next item.
Linda McEntee, speaking on Crescent Park.
Welcome.
Linda McEntee, 134 Terrace Avenue, Riverside, Rhode Island. I'm here because Mr. Lawson was going to show us the architect and how what was going to happen. I don't know where the clam shack is supposed to be.
That we have a meeting this Saturday. That's
To be there, and we
Right.
discussed that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I don't have any architectural drawings or anything like that. We could tell you the location, and
Is the location.
so you know where the parking lot is on the water side. So as you're facing the water, it would be on your left. So
Mr. Roderick said that giving up these area to put up a building is not accept. He didn't like that idea. You have the plan. Why can't you do something with the existing plan? It's on the same side as the carousel. Put a bathroom there instead of taking away green space.
So the concession building, it got outgrown. That's why,
Bigger, you've got the space.
well, that's why we're building a new. And as we would, right, but as we were discussing location, the desire of the administration to build a public beach, you need bathrooms. So it made sense to kill two birds with one stone. We need a clam shack and the bathroom.
You have the car show.
Mm-hmm.
The carousel, people from the car shows use the clam a lot. You've got small children at the carousel that need a bathroom, but they got to walk across the street and go over to that space to use the bathroom. The beach is underwater like 10 hours out of the day.
I agree.
I mean, the whole thing makes no sense. It's just, you have a space, you have the clam shack. Just do something with that particular place. You have accessibility from Pleasant View Avenue. The clam shack on Bullets Point Avenue. You've got cars on both sides. When you have the
Concerts.
music,
Yep.
they're on both sides of the street. When we have the Austin Park, people are parking there.
Mhm.
There's so much traffic. So why don't you do something with the clam shack? and it's better on that side of the road. If you have people on that, the clam shack on the other side of the road, the people that are at the car show or they're at the carousel are having to cross back and forth across the street. It doesn't make any sense. And you don't take away green space that people use constantly. There is always people there playing volleyball. They have parties there. I mean, it's a great place to go. And we need to do something about the erosion or the clam shack will be in the bay.
So the erosion, we received money to rebuild. It's not going to be the cinder block, the concrete block. It's going to be that kind of rolling thing.
I know that.
So we're being addressed there.
Have you been down the beach lately?
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen all the trees that have fallen in the last couple of weeks?
Yep.
All right, it has to be addressed. If you open the
It is.
I do not want the green space to go away. It doesn't make any sense to take away the green space to go in
So,
someplace that's already
You're
there.
not talking a huge footprint.
I'm talking about green space.
Right, but we're not taking away a huge, it's an open field. And what do you mean it's not?
Excuse me, you cannot
no,
have
no.
comments from.
So where they're looking to build, it's already open. So there's no trees coming down. And it's an ideal location because people that go to the concerts and stuff like that, it's right there. There'll be bathrooms on that side. So I understand. And in a sense, I kind of agree with you too. But when we weighed the need for the bathrooms for the beach and the clam shack,
But the mayor
Mhm.
me that he was going to be solar.
I
There's
can't speak to that
I
conversation.
mean, he told me when they had the press conference to tell about the beach that they were going to put solar toilets down on Beach Road, so that's accessible place to go.
I'm not aware of this.
That's the compost that we got the grant.
Yeah, the
for.
compost bathroom.
Compost bathroom, let's just per se.
On the water side?
He said down by where they have the concerts.
I don't know. I'm not up to speed on that.
Can I say one more thing? It
Of course
doesn't
you
have
can.
to do with that. They put up a prayer pole in the park. Isn't there a separation between religion and state and prayer? Or
I thought it was a peace pole,
no,
not,
it's a prayer pole.
okay.
And the problem with the prayer pole is it's four sides of a PCV pipe or whatever you call it. And in order to read the fourth side that's facing the water, you have to walk in the garden and step on flowers. The thing looks
Okay.
ridiculous.
Okay.
And they have that statue with the egret.
Mhm.
That could go there. The prayer pole could go where the egret is. And then you could see all four sides if we have to have the PCV pipe. Because it's not a pretty thing.
Gotcha.
But I'll see you Saturday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are no, it is part of the carousel fund.
Yes. Next person.
Chrissy Rossi, Oldham Rescue.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. Chrissy Rossi, 87 Shore Road. And I want to start with the Rumford Rescue. I support it wholeheartedly. I really think it's long overdue. And although you can manipulate data, you cannot manipulate math. I agree with getting the fourth rescue. I'm all in. I support it wholeheartedly. And now, the rec center. So I have listened. I have watched the meetings. We went from a $42 million building, and I think, what are we down to now? 12? 10, 5, could be anywhere. So I saw 7, and then now we're less than 2 for the other part, and that equals 9. So way back 6 years ago, when before Bob took office, he talked about a new recreation center, and we discussed it. And I was on the transition team back in the day. And he said he was looking for something that could even be as simple as a Quonset hut didn't want to spend more than maybe $2 million, we needed recreation space for the kids. So I brought up EBCAP once again before Bob even sat down. And EBCAP was given that building for $1. And slowly, and I've been involved in city stuff for a long time, slowly but surely, they cut more and more space away from the city. And the gym, which should never have looked like you see it now, or I haven't been in the building, but it was a disaster. And the city administration of the time, pre-Bob, had nothing to do with him. They used the same company that, how do I put it nicely, didn't do such a great job on the fire stations, any of them. And we still went ahead and used them because they were politically connected. So we have substandard work. I mean, there's a petition in the fire station that's at the top of my street. Petition in the bathroom that is legit between a window. You can look out it and people can look in it. So you know, got the petition that goes across with the doors attached. We cut it right at the window. So this is the quality of work we have accepted year after year after year as a city. And what needed to happen was we needed to push back on EBCAP and make them take care of their responsibilities, not fork over the rest of the building and put our kids in 2 rooms and dishevel the senior center and the kids. And they've got little space. There's not a lot going on. So I support moving the recreation center because what we are looking to build right now is a learning center. And for everything you spoke about, we have many buildings of learning in this city. We need one of recreation. I took a whole bunch of notes here, so bear with me. The Boys Club, looking for more recreation space. They are a 501c3 nonprofit organization, much like my EP Kids. I raise my money when I want stuff. It's doable. Do I want to share with them? 100%. 100% those kids should have lots of space. They're a big group. They need space. I'm all in for it. But they can also raise money. The city doesn't do fundraising, per se. Total rehab is not always the least or the most expensive. And if you look at some other communities right now looking to build their high schools and stuff, a lot of them are going rehab and not full-blown demolition. I have sat on a number of giant projects as not only a project manager, but as a project accountant and project secretary. I spent a lot of time in construction, and please be assured you can do amazing things with a good rehab. We have $7 million in state and federal funding. That's what I wrote down. So as long as that's accurate, we've got $7 million for a new learning center. Go for it. Tell me where you're putting the parking though, because that answer was not given. Somebody needs to just let me know where the parking's going, because I agree with that intersection being a disaster. I try to avoid it. I'll go all the way around the city and come up Waterman, so I don't have to try and take a left there. Wheatland House. I believe we gave some of that to EBCAP, maybe the whole building. Did we? Anybody? Anybody? Or some kind of a medical building for them? Mike, you know?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not aware of that.
The council would have to approve a release or a sale of any building.
I do want to say one before we get away from that notion, the EPICAP building, which I remember as the old Riverside Junior High, as a recreation facility, was a pit. It had to go. It had to stop. We were paying money to keep a program in there. My kids went to that center. They had indoor soccer, basketball. A former recreation director stopped me one day and said, take pictures of the roof. It was literally falling in. I won't even get into everything else. The building was a pit. That is never an option, could never be an option. Had to go. Going over to the senior center temporarily wasn't great either, but I guess it was a Band-Aid for a bit. But
Better than the client.
we need to stay away from the notion that the old brick building up on the hill on Bullocks Point Avenue was going to be good for this city in any capacity. It was good to get rid of it.
Is it good enough for the medical procedures that are happening?
If they want to go in and renovate some offices and things, but I don't even know what they're doing with that gym space. I can't imagine. It's probably storage.
Be anything. But last time I was at the senior center, there was a hotbed of activity happening over at Sweetland. And to the best of my knowledge, we have EBCAP moving stuff back and forth. Whether or not they've taken it over or not, I don't know. Are they paying rent? I don't know. Again, another 501c3 that is perfectly capable of.
Patricia, do we know? Does EBCAP have those buildings? Okay.
The planning director here, who's here, does he have an answer? I mean, somebody in this administration has to have an answer on a.
Wheatland House, is EBCAP in there? They're going to be moving in. As a rental, or did we give it to them for $1? It is a rental. Okay, so that will eliminate one more.
So for those who maybe didn't hear the off mic answer, that there may be a proposal coming to the council to rent that out to.
It's coming. They've already
It's-
started renovating.
Okay.
You just don't know about it.
Okay.
They're
What else?
renovating a city property without us getting.
Yes, it is.
I'm a little confused at that one.
Well, you
All
can
right,
take
can-
that up with the administration because I cannot answer those questions on my own.
Yeah.
Where did we say we were putting?
You have a cease and desist order immediately on construction since we haven't approved anything, Mr. Solicitor?
I don't know if what is happening is true or not, but we can
Oh,
look
I
into
mean,
it.
if you can find out tomorrow
Certainly,
when you
certainly.
roll a solicitor,
Yes, absolutely, yes.
thank you. Can you email this council tomorrow by 2:00, please?
I'll email the clerk and she will email you because I don't want to violate any open meetings law, but yes.
Okay, well, as long as we get information, thank you.
And what else would you like? I'd like to move this along. We have a lot of people.
I'm almost done.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Positive impacts that the mayor was talking about. I'm not sure what positive impacts have happened. So I guess I'll have to take that up with him later. But he said that this has had lots of positive impacts. I'm not seeing them. And workforce, community gatherings, senior center has a lot of stuff for our seniors. I'm not sure why they would clamor over to a building with 3 rooms and a gym, maybe. We're going to have a gym in there. I don't know. I don't support a new building, but he's got $7 million in grants. Use it and do the best you can. And Riverside, as usual, left to flounder for ourselves. So thank you for taking that stance.
Thank you, Ms. Rossi. Next.
Tara Rigo speaking on Little Scholars Preschool.
Welcome. Name and address for the record.
I'm Tara Rigo. I am the owner of Little Scholars Preschool in Mumford, Rhode Island. And
Excuse me, disclaimer first, we're not related. You
yes,
don't
I
get-
know.
I just want because, because obviously I support your school, immensely, but I just wanted. for the record,
Usually
we're not
it's the
related.
other way. They're saying that.
So I've owned the school since 2015, and there's been a drainage issue right in front of the school on Ferris Avenue. Due to the flash flooding that's been occurring most recently over the past couple of years, we've had flooding in the school internally 3 times. We had it once in April of 2022, July 4th of 2023, and just most recently, the 23rd of May this school year, in which we had to do an evacuation of the school due to water coming into the school. And it's due to the flooding because there's poor drainage that's occurring right on the road in front of the preschool. And what happens is that ends up flooding over the curb, comes into the parking lot, and we're getting water into the school. And it's just becoming an issue now because obviously having the children and the safety of the children in this school, this is just being it's now 3 times in the past couple of years that this has occurred. And I just want to find out what we can do here as a city to prevent this to keep on from happening, because the last flooding that we had that occurred on July 4th, we had to have major renovation done within the school to bring the school back to where, luckily we're closed during the summer months, so that helped us to be able to renovate. But the occurrence that happened on August 23rd and the 4th almost prevented us from opening up our school to our families that live in East Providence, Seekonk, and Rehoboth. So my main concern is just wanting to see what we're going to do to mitigate this issue.
Right. So what is occurring is, these floods have been looked at, I was going to say statewide, but it's everywhere. You've seen the news, I'm sure. Our DPW and our engineering, we as a council have hired camera systems going through pipes. So there is a lot in motion, something we're told is going to take quite a while and a lot of money to get a permanent fix. And these sessions, questions sessions, don't give you specific answers. Obviously, we can certainly have engineering get back to you, but this is not happening in a vacuum. We have engineers working on the problem. Councilman Rigo, do you want to add to that?
Yes. Ms. Rigo contacted me again last week after the last time that Ferris Avenue turned into the Venice of Rumford. And we had we were told last year that there were some drains put in, which they were put in, but obviously there still needs to be more work done in that area, specifically from the intersection of Newport Avenue and Ferris, basically down to Whedon, where Ferris crosses with Whedon. That is the area. I have pictures. I mean, the frustrations of those people living there, brick walls continually getting knocked down, an issue that needs to be addressed. When that road is flooded, you can't let 18-wheelers down there. I mean, that's an issue for the police department because it's forcing more water into people's basements. Those people it's particularly on the left side heading down Ferris Avenue where the preschool is and the houses have continually been bombarded since I took office in January of 2023. And I knew it happened beforehand. So there's still much work that has to be done on that quarter mile of Ferris Avenue.
And I just want to thank Eric Skadberg from engineering, who did come out after the flooding did occur to help widen the drains. But unfortunately that, helped the issue a little bit, but it's really not mitigating the issue. So I understand that flooding is occurring throughout the city, but this is just an area, being that it is a school, I would like to remain open, and I wouldn't like to have to close the school due to all of the issues that are occurring within.
I was curious.
Your school will not close. That's a landmark up there. I mean, so
I'm curious to ask, now you had mentioned some major flooding July and August, so that's a year ago. The recent floods that we've all seen, have you had the same issue?
Just a little bit in the bathroom area when there's that abundance of water with the drains. It starts with the toilets. It will kind of, because they're the commercial flush, the water will start bubbling. So I have to turn the water main valve off, which is why I had to evacuate the school when we were in session 2 weeks ago, because then I didn't have any running water in the preschool for the children.
Okay. Trying to get a window of.
Excuse me, did I send you these pictures? of this of Ferris Avenue. I can't remember if I did or not because they were coming. But
I do have a few pictures with me
yeah,
as well.
I mean, I have one that one of your parents or former parents sent me. So I mean, this is it, Mr. President. So the drains aren't
I
working.
get many
now.
of those from
Yeah.
throughout the city, I know.
So it's not
Sutton
working.
Street.
Oh, yeah. So I got one.
We're working on it.
If you can send some, I don't think I can't remember if I asked you that in the.
I do have some with me, so I can email them to you as well.
And,
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for coming out tonight.
Alan, I appreciate your time and your support to education. Thank you.
You've got it.
Through the chair.
Yes.
So I just wanted to piggyback off of this conversation because I recently had conversations with constituents in the Blanning and Laura Street down behind Bright Ridge, where there's been significant flooding, and I know it's been more prevalent throughout the city in areas that never flooded before are now flooding. So it's a growing issue and concern, and I know that the city did invest in looking through some of the pipes, but I know we purchased, if I'm not mistaken, a hydro jet system truck to help clean some of those, and I know we have trucks to try to help clean the storm drainage or catch basins. I'm just wondering if we're thinking, again, proactively about potentially putting a schedule out to get those things done with our city workers and maybe taking them off. So, I mean, we watch the news, we know when things are potentially happening. So can we be more proactive throughout the city and use the equipment that the council keeps supporting purchases of and get those catch basins cleaned more frequently, get the hydro jetting through the storm drains so that we're clearing out any of the debris, tree trunks, or whatever sludge that might be in them. And then the third part would be more of an engineering is obviously we know that our pipes are older in the city. And so like State Street and having to redo that whole area with larger culverts to help with the flow of water, is it maybe not something to think about in certain areas that are higher issues of flooding, of maybe potentially going in and changing out some of those culverts that are in neighborhoods that have been getting worse with the flooding so that it mitigates some of that, those issues that our residents are having and the problems with their properties and so forth. And maybe it's something that's better to be put on the docket.
Yeah, I was going to say, as a docket item, we could get into it more, but I see Mr. Borges is up and the Chief of Staff is up. Do you have a reply?
So we have been working with our engineering department.
And if we could just move that mic, like angled it a little bit better, yeah.
Am I good?
Over, yeah.
So as it relates just to circle, while you're still here, we did talk to Rhode Island DOT as early as yesterday. They did confirm that they have Beta Engineering on retainer to begin looking at some of these problem areas throughout the state right-of-ways. So once they have, I think, a signed PO, I think they were waiting on something. We have plans to actually set up a meeting with them to discuss this area in particular, because we do believe that it is being caused by an overflow of the state drainage in Newport Avenue. As a result of that, is coming down Circle and inundating our drainage system, which can't handle the flow that should be serviced from that intersection. So that hopefully we will get an answer on that soon. Councilwoman Souza had, I believe, 3 points. I've got answers for 2 of them, and you might have to repeat the third. But to answer the first one, as everyone knows, we're experiencing much more severe rain events that our system just doesn't have the ability to handle. Our stormwater system was never designed to handle storms of this magnitude in such a quick amount of time. So unfortunately, when we see these heavy rains of 1-2 inches an hour or whatever it might be, our catch basins just don't have the ability to collect that water quick enough. And as a result, not only that, our pipes cannot flush this water out. So unfortunately, it's obviously an issue in many areas. And as you're aware, this council did approve funding to, funding to clean out clean out and CCTV throughout the city. What we did find is that there really weren't dirty pipes or any sort of infrastructure issues. So, as we mentioned, we did go back out to RFQ to get engineering services for a citywide, basically a stormwater map. That'll give us the ability to look at the city as a whole and really come up with a better capital investment plan for the future to not only deal with the issues we have now, but to deal with resiliency issues in the future with more severe storms. We actually have interviews scheduled with, I believe, half a dozen engineering firms for tomorrow. We're hoping to make a selection in the next few weeks and bring a contract to the city council. You did mention the jet vac truck. We do have one. This council did approve repairs to that jet vac. We are still unfortunately waiting on the tank to be manufactured. It is a special order item. It's something that is made for this particular truck. Has to be manufactured and made custom. So unfortunately, we're still waiting on that. We're hoping to see that by the end of summer. But I should reiterate, the drains are not dirty. It's just they can't handle the capacity. We still have our cleaning truck going out, cleaning out catch basin sumps to help better maintain our system. But outside of that, we're doing everything we can this time. And then the third point that you made, we're gonna have to repeat that.
I don't know, it was all lumped into more.
Did I cover everything?
I think so. I mean, I was thinking, like you said, to look for a plan. So a plan with the workers to go around and clean the drain. I mean,
Yeah, we've
can
had
drive-
a plan for the better part of 3 decades. I mean, they have, problem areas that they hit very frequently. Obviously, we can't do that right now with the vehicle being down, but
But even like this street sweeper going around to those areas, I mean, because we know that trash collects, it's just kind of the way it is. And
yeah, we have a street sweeping schedule. I believe the mayor's office will post that.
do they run all summer or is it been done? Okay.
They actually run the city probably close to 3 times. Every street about.
Thank you, Director. Next person.
Bill Keogh speaking on Rumford Rescue.
Welcome, Bill. Name and address.
Bill Keogh, 21 Holbrook Avenue up in Rumford, and I promise to be the briefest of the evening. I'm here in full support of the ordinance for the funding for the 4th Rescue at the 30 North Broadway Station in Rumford. I speak with Councilman Rigo on a regular basis on issues that concern my neighborhood and my neighbors and my friends, young and old. And I feel that the safety of our residents would be impacted positively if we added this 4th rescue. And I strongly support that. Thank you for your time.
Bill, you get this city proclamation for brevity.
Thank you.
Rigo will deliver it later. Thank you, Bill. Seriously. Next person.
Corliss Blanchard speaking on Rumford Rescue.
Evening, council members. Thank you for
Welcome.
the opportunity to speak tonight. I fully support the 4th Rescue with all the building going on in the city, the apartments, the houses, the condos. We need it. And to have all these other cities have to participate to save our own residents and then deal with this catastrophe of a bridge, there's no excuse not to get it at this point in time. So please, I do fully support it. I know most of my neighbors all support it. Ones I talk to. Please help us obtain that. It's definitely necessary. Also, I have to throw this in because I think I'm older, but I am a fiscal conservative, and in the way things are going in the country lately, and finances for everybody, I really support using Oldham and not a new building. Say that. I wouldn't personally worry about offending anybody in the state. If we intend to be bridge and not taking care of it and not receiving it properly and still holding off information from us, I wouldn't worry about the state right now. Worry about us and our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. That's it. Wonderful. Come on up, Heather, quickly, if you can be brief. No, we're going to cap it at Heather. Sorry. I have no idea what you want to say, but see, this is what happens when you try to be, let people speak and go ahead, please.
And I am in full support of the Fourth Rescue. I can't believe it's been so many years since sitting here in this audience for how many years, and people have just ignored it and put it aside, and it's finally time to say yes, let's do it. And also the ordinance, I know you're going to be surprised. I do support you. and I just want to know, I was going to ask the mayor where we've asked twice already, and I was going to say the third time, where is the parking going to be? But I guess, will we find that out like soon?
I think the parking's just being shared with the senior center. That's all I have to say about that.
Okay. All right, thank you, that's all.
Mr. President, I just received the text. We have technical difficulties. People cannot hear the sound.
That's not what they're saying. I think some of us not speaking into the mic is the issue. Yeah, that's probably it. Miss, I do not know you, but I will allow you to come up if you can do it briefly. I don't want you to think we're holding you back. You're welcome. Just name and address.
My name is Julia Dempsey. I live at 47 Payette Street, which is a house that is owned by the city of East Providence.
Yep.
I just kind of want to comment on a couple of few things. I think the Oldham School idea, I rent. I obviously don't pay property.
See, that's the problem.
I rent, so I obviously don't pay property.
Whoa. The house you live in pays property taxes. So
Okay.
that's a misnomer when renters say they don't pay.
I think the Oldham School is a good idea. It has playground, basketball, baseball, outdoor space. I'm opposed to it because looking at the plans, what they're doing with the parking, they plan on bringing the parking up to my kitchen sink window in the home that I live in. It wouldn't allow for a backyard. That's just my personal thing. I'm not upset. And another comment was about the people digging on the roads for, I think it's Rhode Island Energy. I don't care what they're doing. Whatever they're doing, do it. But whatever's on the road right now, it looks like oil or chemicals. I walk my dog, and we were walking down the street, and I had to go in and wash his paws off because I don't know what it is, but it was burning him. I assume it was burning him. Don't know what's on the street. I took a photo of it. And also the Sweetbriar house that y'all are talking about. Yes, it was renovated. There are people moving into it. That was done last year. There was also a stop work order because they were doing AC without a permit there. And I think that's what I want to address, but I'm not 100% sure if I addressed everything, but I appreciate you getting.
Sure thing.
We've already felt the retribution of opening my mouth on Facebook.
Well, not from this board. No. So thank you. That closes the period. I do want to just end by saying this regarding questions about parking and other logistics and issues with this community rec center. These were all brought up at a series of public hearings. There were videos shown. I'm taking a neutral stand on it at this moment. I'm not saying that to sway anyone, but please don't think that this has come up in a vacuum tonight. Councilman Rigo and I were at the ground level at meetings where we voted on picking the design of the building along with the entire design team. Others of us have been involved in the process, and there were several public hearings. So as a leader of this board, I cannot sit here and make people think that all of these things were done in secret or in a vacuum. It's certainly okay to change our mind and do something different. That's not the point. The point is none of this should be a new thing or a surprise. Could we please resume the agenda?
Under council members, request the latest update from architect on Clam Shack project at Kretza Park. Councilman Lawson.
This is just an update if we heard from the architect, timeframe, when we're going to get some plans. I know that they had to adjust it when the location moved, but I have too many people asking what's going on.
And is there a combustible, the compostable toilet going down in that area?
I have
That we were
heard
not
that.
apprised.
Hopefully it
of
doesn't catch on
previously to
fire.
us. Right, well, it is flammable.
Yeah. Yes, Director, proceed.
Council President, so are we continuing from like, are we going to?
We're going to council members on page 7. We're on number 2 right now.
To know if we were going to start going down that.
Right, we will. Hopefully, we've touched on some of these already.
So in terms of the Clam Shack, we have our weekly meetings, we've done test pits, and then we're now working with CRMC. That was the latest.
We're waiting on CRMC to get this going.
Part that we're working with CRMC. Or if it's and yes, on the compostable toilet.
Okay, did CRMC give us a timeline of?
So this is new from Eric, who's going to speak on it.
Okay.
I will share with the council that we've been having regular meetings with the architect, and we actually required, we're doing a weekly meeting now with them. Today, they did the test pits on site, on the site that you've discussed earlier in the meeting. We are working collaboratively because regardless, you have to get a CRMC permit. The engineers that designed the seawall, the granite seawall, they're also working on a project that is the southern portion that's going to be done. You discussed this earlier. And they are collaborating with the architects to put together a unified CRMC permit, which, by the way, from what I'm told, makes the permit much more favorable when you're dealing with construction and the shoreline improvement project. So that project's moving along, but once again, everything takes time. I'll find out. I believe we have a preliminary layout of what the thing is going to look like. We'll be happy. We don't have any renderings of the exterior. We're happy to share with the council so you can take a look at it, but it's moving along nicely, and that's going to be a great addition to the city. By the way, we had discussed about putting compostable toilets lower by the concert shell so that when people are enjoying the concerts, they can go to the compostable toilets as opposed to having to walk up to the beach bathrooms, which are going to have showers and everything else.
Sounds good. So basically, we're waiting on CRMC to really get going.
We're going at the same time. We're going through the CRMC permitting process, but we're also going through the design test pits. The test pits were to determine whether or not there was any issues. None found that I'm aware of. But everything is a process that takes time and engineering.
Mr. Mayor, we know that this shack, I'm sure it's more than a shack, but won't be built in operation this summer, of course. What is the status of the old, which was the clam shack that Blunt used to use, and then they walked away? But are we getting some temporary people in there, so there will be something this summer?
Yes, sir.
Something be coming to us?
Yes, so we will be coming before the council. We went out to RFP to see if we can get a vendor to set up. The vendor that we're looking at has a food truck type setup that he has, very popular and has a big following. We had a committee that we put together, and they vetted both applications, and they selected a stronger application based on financials, based on capability to perform, and things of that nature. Now, we hope to have that before the council at the next meeting, right? Next meeting. And hopefully we'll get approval, and then we'll have those people on board. They're eager to start working. Matter of fact, they wanted to start working. They're going to use the old clam shack almost as a storage type facility that will support their operation. They wanted to start working on it, but we said, don't start working on it until we get the approval from the council so that we don't have any.
We might have chowder this summer.
You absolutely will. You absolutely will.
Okay, thank you.
For Saturday's meeting, you said you may have some preliminary drawing.
We'll see. We'll reach out and see if we can get some.
If there's just some, because you know that's going to come up.
we'll bring it up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Request for update on beach raking project at Crescent Park, Councilman Lawson.
So I saw that it went out a week or two ago. I had been asked, is this a regularly scheduled thing that you guys are going to be doing? People got a lot of interest, even though the beach at high tide disappears. You know, people love that place. So if we can just give an update on what we're planning with the beach rake.
Trying to turn the mic up, but I don't want to anybody deaf here. So yes, the hope is to start scheduling that regularly. We're still working through obviously the busy season with a lot of the sports and everything else. The beach is going to require some significant cleaning, so it's going to require the beach rake to really run significant number of times to get us to a point where it's manageable. So it will take us some time, but we do intend on putting it on some form of schedule.
Now, you don't have to answer this now, but does it make sense to look into dumping some beach sand down there? Would that do anything? People ask me, why aren't we dredging Bullock's Cove and dumping? And
it really won't do anything. It's going to be similar to, like a Narragansett Beach, right, where they bring sand in, the ocean takes it back,
takes
out
away, yeah,
and puts it in the path of least resistance. So I think it's certainly a possibility. It's a costly possibility, and it's a permitting, something that's going to have to be permitted with.
it's not going to be a white sandy beach. It's
I don't-
New England beach, and
It's not something that I think is really fiscally responsible decision.
And Councilman, if I could add to your item, Dan, I think people need to understand too. Now, we've done a great job. The seawall looks good, but then there has to be additional work because of erosion. As someone said earlier today, trees are falling in. We know that, right? So we are aware of all of this. I see social posts about tide comes in and there's not much beach there. This is not going to be Scarborough Beach, not going to be Misquamicut. It's going to be Crescent Park Beach, which it was eons ago. It's looking beautiful now. The people that haven't been there in a long time are really loving what they see. The concerts in the summer. The beach will get a little better. We'll get cleaned. We're going to get rid of those trees that are falling. The seawall is going to get extended, correct? And it's about as good as it's going to be. I used to live in the area for over 20 years, and it was nothing like it is today. It was a mess back then. It was ignored by cities back then, our city back then. We didn't have concerts in the park. We had other things in the park, which I can't talk about publicly, but it's a much better situation. So please, people, with your social posts, do not expect Narragansett Town Beach or Scarborough Beach. It will be the best we can get, and we've gotten millions of dollars in grants. Nothing coming right out of the budget. Anyway, it had to be said.
and you guys,
I'm glad you didn't talk about your days wanting to turn into moons.
Shut that mic off.
so are you able to get all the way to Sabin Point from Crescent Beach with the rake on low tide, obviously?
At low tide, we probably could make it there.
Okay.
But I think the amount of time it would take to actually clean the beach wouldn't allow us we could drive it there, but we wouldn't be able to clean the beach in the amount of time that the tide would go out.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. I think you have another item coming up.
I think we just had, we crossed, I think this was on last week's meeting, Willett Pond. I know we got a resolution about the parking. Do you want to speak a little?
Yeah, you have a resolution before you tonight for Willett Pond as well as Gold Point. Those are contracts for J.R. and Sons, who is currently contractor for the Potter and Burgess parking lots. As you're aware, we waited to award the work for Willett and Bold Point until this contract was awarded to get the most favorable cost for pervious asphalt. So as you're aware, Bold Point is half pervious, half non-pervious asphalt. So yeah, so we have a resolution before you for approval to move those projects forward.
Impervious, for people wondering, it means the water doesn't eat up and run into Willett Pond.
Correct.
lot of it gets
It'll infiltrate into the ground. Yep.
Speaking of Bold Point, the walking paths area, is there a timeline of where that's going to be completed, cleaned up, just?
Yeah, so there's still additional site work that needs to be done. Barletta's there working sort of on a part-time basis. It's costing $0 to the city. So it's one of those things where we're working with them.
So what are they doing? And so there's the parking lot and then there's the walking paths that you guys put in last
So
season?
they're essentially doing all the heavy civil work. So any machine work they're doing, the city is purchasing the materials.
Okay.
So that's asphalt. They provided the labor for, say, the walking paths. We paid for the cement delivery. So
And what's left on the walking path area?
there isn't much. There's a few sections that were left open so that
Right.
we can get a dump truck in there to drop loom, so we can loom and seed the point before we go and finish the rest. So yeah, that needs to still be completed. There's the electrical wiring still needs to be pulled through all the conduits. Light poles are up, as you've seen. The tops are not on because they need to be wired. Trying to think, we still have granite curbing that needs to go in before we can actually pave the parking lot. JR and Sons can come in and pave it, but they should be started. I haven't been down there in a few days, but they should have either started or ideally starting this week with the granite curbing.
Is there a chance they can light up the boat dock so people can put in the early hours?
So the lights will run on the same schedule as the post-top decorative lights will run on the same schedule as our street lights. They'll have the same type of controller. So we will have the opportunity to maybe, make the two lights closest to the boat dock a little brighter in the
I left it, they head out like 4 or 5 in the morning.
I did, as part of the design, I did include some additional conduit runs in the event we wanted to extend and do additional electrical work, potentially add security down there or whatever else in the future. So there is the ability to do so. That's just not in the plan at the moment.
And I apologize for hogging Bold Point.
That's okay. You can ask questions too. It belongs to everybody in the city. So one of the questions I had, and I don't know if you are it's still in the works because I know it's not completed. So I know that the parking for the trailers, they've only paved or put a material on half of it. There's still half that needs to be finished.
Yeah, the area that needs to be finished is the pervious portion that you'll approve today.
And then the entrance and exit out, we never considered making that larger than what the original size was so that you could have people going in both directions. It's always been an issue with trailers, being able to come in and out of that park because it was narrow.
Yeah, it was considered, but we also did look at the maturity of the trees that were there, and they provide a really nice entryway to that park. So we decided that'd be in the city's best interest to probably keep those. The amount of traffic that's down there at a regular time, it can get busy. But for the most part, if a large trailer is coming in, vehicles are pretty good about yielding, either coming out or coming in, vice versa. So
Yeah, and with the now it being larger, there's going to be a little bit more room for people to sit off to the side a little bit so that they can.
And the road is getting widened. I think it might be widened by 3-4 feet. It's not a lot, but
Yeah, that's what I meant, is if it was widened a little bit more than
tiny
the
bit.
original, right? Because
we wanted to make sure that when we install the curbing, it didn't damage the root system.
Right, and I would definitely be opposed to knocking down any trees. And then just kind of like.
Just want to be careful because it's not on the agenda, so.
It's upgrades to.
No, Bold Point's not. Go ahead, finish the thought.
That's fine.
No, finish the thought.
Well, I just wanted to see if the softscape stuff like benches and all that stuff had been ordered or was.
Benches have not been ordered yet, but we do have some benches from another park that we can put there temporarily. But that is something that needs to get done.
And that'll be all included already in the funds that we have for there, or we're gonna have to allocate?
No, we should be able to utilize either the ARPA funds or the money from Brown Waterfront Enterprises to complete that portion of the project.
Just to piggyback off of beach raking, is the plans to bring that machinery down there and to clean up the small little section? Apparently, you don't want to do that.
It wouldn't make sense. There's too many rocks. The beach rake, even for Crescent Park, we're finding a little bit difficult to utilize because there's so many larger rocks. So until we can kind of sift through that material, it makes it rather difficult to clean the beach. And for such a small area beach, I don't even know where we would be able to bring the tractor in since the machine's so large.
Right, so it would be something that would have to be hand done,
Yes,
essentially.
yes, because I can't.
Yeah.
I couldn't bring backhoes or
Yeah, sure.
machinery in there.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. I think the next item is about veterans. And the only reason I interjected, if something isn't on the agenda and we talk about it, tomorrow I'll get a call from some resident who will say, gee, I would have been there to talk about that because I have some strong convictions and it open meetings law. So other than that, we're fine. Continue, Councilman.
All right, Veterans Advisory Committee. We had an awesome parade. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, Anna, for you and Brian provided the float. We had some veterans with mobility issues. This Thursday, June 6th, we are having our next veterans get together at Crook Point Brewery, 6 o'clock. It is also the 80th anniversary of D-Day. So for me, because I share that date, it's going to be a fun event. Council, you're all invited. Patricia's with a committee. It's just a casual get together. There's no agenda. There's no presentation. It's just veterans getting together, raising a glass, sharing our stories. And if some folks have questions about how to get service with the VA, we have folks on hand that can answer that question. So this Thursday, June 6th, veterans get together at Crook Point Brewery on Massasoit Ave. We're starting at 6 o'clock.
Thank you, Councilman. Thanks for keeping that in the forefront. Madam Clerk, could you read the next item? I think it's Councilman Fogarty.
I do too.
Oh, go forward. Okay, go ahead, Councilman. Continue. Madam Clerk, just read the item.
Update on Wampanoag Trail, abandoned property, nursing home, rehab center, 100 Wampanoag Trail, map 408, block 10, parcel 024-00. Discuss, Councilman Fogarty.
Good evening, Councilman. So for our last discussion on this, so it's currently going through receivership. There is a current bidder. We have spoken with the bidder, and the idea is to use that lot for housing.
Yes, I'm familiar with that, but can we have whoever is responsible to upkeep it? Because the upkeep in the area is horrendous, and it's next to the Hope Church, the playground, the kids get babysit back there. So and I see somebody had cut it once, but it's just not up to par until it goes through. If that's the neighbors are asking for.
I think it's abandoned now.
You just clean it up. Yeah, well, whoever.
It's empty and it's hard to chase down the absentee. But yeah, if we can push the receiver to.
All right, thank you. That was number one.
Discussion of accountability to contact RA Energy for identifying and removing rotted utility poles. Possible temporary position to identify and compile a list of all of crippling utility poles around the city with follow-up on removal dates. Discussion, Councilman Fogarty.
I just came up, Mr. Dan. Thank you for coming forward. Though there was a pole for 3 years had been marked red and diseased, and they finally came out thanks to Dan and the city's leadership. And the neighbors in that whole area, Headley Circle, are very impressed. These are the things that we watch out for, even the overgrowth, which is coming up next. I don't know who's responsible for the poles. There's so many of them, and there's a lot of them that are cut in half. They use them, they hold them for the wire. It's just, so it's ugly, number one. Cosmetically and safety-wise. It doesn't matter if it's today or like the bridge, it could be next week. I don't know. When I see it, I like to say it like you said and report it. So with that said, it's not necessarily I want to hire a position, but that can roll right into the winter when I had issues with people not shoveling their sidewalks and who finds them. So it could be an all year thing, or it could be part of the workforce, Mayor, just to identify, because I do it as I'm driving. I mean, between the 70,000 potholes that we all know we have and the streets that aren't paved, and there's issues everywhere in our city, and we're trying. I know I see the workers doing the best they can. So that was it there. If we can look into that, not saying we're going to create a position, but is it energy?
Yeah, if I could add, so it is a combination of either Rhode Island Energy, Verizon, or in some cases Cox may own the pole, or there may be even a joint ownership. Rhode Island Energy and Verizon own the pole together. So it's a little more of a complex issue than identifying who owns which poles, because I couldn't even tell you that.
Right.
And I know that Rhode Island Energy, at least, because we're in contact with them quite often, they have a capital improvement plan, or they have some form of replacement plan that they typically follow throughout the year. Obviously, in some cases, some of the poles, like the one we had obviously found, councilman had been there for a very long time, and it took a phone call to, get that replaced. To comment on the new pole with an old pole attached to it, those are typically, it can in some cases take months for all the utilities to transfer their utility off of a pole. So typically the way it starts is if a pole is being replaced, electrical company, or excuse me, the low voltage utility will replace first, so we'll go bottom up. And it goes through this very prolonged process through a database that all the utilities share. So unfortunately, we don't have much control over how long they take. We can certainly reach out to them and say, hey, this pole has been up for 3 months, what's going on? Can you try to get this replaced? But aside from that, the city doesn't have much control over those replacements.
So as we see, we can report and hopefully we can
Yeah,
get
absolutely.
it attended.
Yes.
When I see mark number, and
Yes.
I'm doing it. I honestly don't.
Please do. I mean, if there's certainly
I've seen a
poles-
lot of them, so I'll take that on as my responsibility. Thank you.
Inquiry regarding timeline for South Broadway underground utilities repaving estimates. Discuss Councilman Fogarty.
Well, this is
So we
an
are.
idea for this road too, if you want to hear it.
Yep. So just so that you're aware, we are out to bid for the cleaning and lining project. There is a significant amount of scope that went into that project to put that together. The bid, I do not recall the bid opening a date, but I believe it is in the next few weeks. And then we intend on awarding that project to the low bidder, assuming that it is not crazy over bid. Or we'll just reduce the scope to allow, to award that contract based on the bond, or excuse me, based on the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank bond that we have currently awarded to us with principal forgiveness.
So the markings, like Ms. Thorpe, the same road. I've seen all the markings for awareness, and I'm with Mr. Love and the concerns I'm getting from all that whole street. So when I drive it daily and look, so I'm happy that you're on it. So those are done, almost finished, or?
The plans are out to bid. They've been completed.
Wow.
No, the design contract for the water cleaning and lining project
Yeah.
has been put out to bid. So before we can pave that road, we need to cut into it and specific.
What about the gas and stuff? There's other markings on that whole road. And I hadn't.
So I'm not-
Are they planning on turning it in to go to Medicona's property or from that South Broadway? That you know of?
I'm not aware of any access. No,
No, I didn't.
but I'm not aware of the.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to know.
Yeah, I'm not aware of the
Such a
marking.
delay on that road for such a long time.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we're waiting on the cleaning and lining project.
Okay. And my idea on that road is, as the bridge is out, Mayor is sitting in the audience, I think that'd be a good idea to widen up road, to have both lanes going north towards the highway, 2 lanes going, no parking on the right all the way down. Once you meet about the nursing home or just before, because they're backing way up on Broadway and it's causing quite the delay. You have enough room for 2 lanes going towards the highway, and 1 lane coming back towards the parkway.
Yeah, I know we've certainly made some improvements south
That
of.
would flow. That would make it a lot better flow for them standing in front of them. And they're all cutting through all them neighborhoods behind there too.
Yeah, I think the 2 lanes are only as good as the traffic signal at Warren Ave. So if the highway's backed up,
We have somebody there moving quickly too.
we do. Unfortunately, I think it still backs up. But
Okay, just an idea. You have the room and it's not.
yeah, we had certainly talked with DOT to install 2 lanes. We did so up to, I'm not sure which side street, but there were talks of extending it even further. But I'm not sure that we'd be able to do that without restriping that entire road and it costing some significant money to do so.
Well, it's an idea for the
Maybe
flow.
maybe the mayor has some additional,
traffic.
I agree with you. I think we've seen a difference on Warren Avenue when we did the 2 lanes that really changed things around. Let's take a look at it, talk to the engineers at DOT, see if it makes sense to go from, I know what you're talking about, from where Broadway comes on from the Vets Parkway all the way down.
Yep.
We'll take a look at that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Discussion regarding the bridge demolition impact on timeline on the state road scheduled to start paving in 2026. Discuss, Councilman Fogarty.
Well, I know Director Alvidi said when I called him that we were getting Duckett Avenue done in 26. So,
It was 24.
well, I just know what I know. So in 26, he said they would start Duckett Avenue.
I believe in 26, the STIP indicated that the design for Pawtucket Avenue would begin. But don't quote me on that. I will have to take a look at the Rhode Island DOT STIP to determine when the design will start. I believe it was the design was scheduled for 26 and construction was further out than that.
He told me on the phone 26.
Okay, so you may have gotten
I
better.
could be wrong. And also, the fact is, my question is, do you think the bridge being out will delay the state getting Providence's road?
That's a great
Fortunately,
question.
I know there's timelines for everything. But priorities are there because, I mean, I'm sure there's so many residents that are having the same questions in their minds about these roads,
Through the chair.
especially the main road.
Councilwoman, hang on one second, ma'am.
Just to add to that is Taunton Avenue, when the entrance of the city, are we looking, is that on a free paving from the state also? The
That doesn't seem
entire,
road.
not the entire Taunton Avenue. Okay.
I will say this, that the State Transportation Improvement Plan sometimes changes. You know, you'll have a project that's slated to begin in 2026, all of a sudden it changes. We've been on the DOT to try to get that project done. I would imagine that the bridge project could potentially have some impact because I know they're trying to put the financing together. And the State Transportation Improvement Plan does depend on funding becoming available. And a lot of those funding allocations do come from federal funds. So we're still pushing for that. I know that Willard Avenue, I know Councilman Lawson will be happy to hear, Willard Avenue is on the schedule to get paved. And Vets Memorial Parkway is also on the schedule to get paved. And that was also on the State Transportation Improvement Plan. But I think Dan can speak more to the timeline on Willard. They started doing some work already on the handicap ramps to the sidewalks. But I think we're still waiting on, we're going to be doing some cleaning and lining on Willard Ave also. So all of these things, as you heard a resident earlier complain about, you know, hey, there's a nice paved road, now we're digging it up. A lot of times these roads getting fixed, the potholes getting repaired, or the roads getting completely paved are being delayed because there's either city utilities that need to get taken care of or, you know, Rhode Island Energy utilities. So that we kind of, sometimes they know ahead of time, so we delay doing the paving until we get the utility work done so we don't have to dig it up again. But I know it's very frustrating. We have a few roads. We started our paving project again. We started down in Riverside. You know, we put a lot of love into Riverside. I just want you to know. And the Riverside project just started recently. We're doing Somerset Street and all those side streets down in Riverside. So,
And Mr. Mayor, can you, not right away, but maybe in the next week or so, either send a letter or a phone call to Director Alvidi and request the stoplight that we all talk about, the turn signal at Waterman, Pawtucket Avenue. Now, I know I'm talking about when you go north, heading into Rumford, that's where the backup is because no one lets you turn left. You've got to wait. I know their official answer is, well, we can't do that because we have to take some space. However, when you're coming southbound, they have the arrow and there's no extra lane. So it really is the same thing. All they need to do, I know all, it's probably a big task, but they have a turn-only arrow coming southbound without taking any extra land and not using any extra lanes. It gives you a chance to get over and go down Waterman before people won't let you. The same thing could happen going northbound. I don't see why that wouldn't work. As long as we know the streets are going to be delayed by the time they get to the construction, and with the bridge problem and all the traffic that Tuckett Avenue is getting, that's something they could do for us. But anyway, just ask.
There's a little bit more to that than just being able to put a matching lane on the other side. But we have spoken to DOT. We've sent them official communications. I'll try to dig up the latest email. But the idea is that they want to do that when they do the paving project for Pawtucket Avenue. The idea is to improve that intersection to make it similar to Warren Ave at Pawtucket Ave, where you have a dedicated left-hand turn lane in each direction.
And there are bigger problems in the city and state. It's just a refrain we hear a lot.
That one's an issue, absolutely.
Thank you. Next on the list. Trying to get through this list, everyone, because we do have some ordinances and other important things to get to. So that's all right. Yeah.
Request for sidewalks on Pawtucket Avenue done in concrete as previously discussed in coordination with our state paving, ensuring all handicap entrances and exits are quality for our wheelchairs, bicycles, walkers, and our signage is visible and appealing. Discuss, Councilman Fogarty.
Does it all right there, right? Does it all.
I was just going to say, you're a man of few words, but you can type a lot.
I wrote that just quickly, but it's needed.
It'll be addressed as part of the repaving.
Walking out of Merritt Road, Mr. Roderick.
I hear you.
Our neighbors in the wheelchair, in the walker, 2 kids, dog, walking Tuckett Ave. So far they can get that, and they got to change and do single file. Unacceptable. The signage, you got 2 poles. You can't get a wheelchair in certain spots of the state road, but we can address it and move forward. That's all I want, is to clean it up.
Yeah, the state.
As we do the state road, that should be cemented like it was originally supposed to be, all the way down, making it nice and beautiful.
And it will be. I mean, when they cut into the road, they're going to be required to replace all of the handicap.
Yeah, and then we're gonna look at them poles at 2, when we could probably do 1. Our ability for transport is acceptable for everybody, especially the kids and the bikes and the infants, and we see it. A lot of people walk that road, so I'm gonna be.
Yep.
So thank you very much for that happening. It does happen, 26 or 20 on the bridge, and I'll be in the state. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Request for a monthly update from architect/contractor on the Kent Field project. Discuss, Councilman Fogarty.
Yeah, they're underway. I mean,
I've been seeing them.
They're
So
doing a
just
lot of.
throw it out there. If we could get a monthly update, not to bring a worker working 6 days a week to get it done. Our meetings of this length, of course not. Well, if we can get them in early and we can put them on the docket early, Mr. Roderick's about Kent Field. Maybe we could get an update monthly for the.
And I do know that's people love to
Videos.
see shovels in the ground. And I've had nothing like same thing as you, compliments from people like, wow, they're doing a lot. But yeah, it'd be nice to get updates. And so just general updates
Yeah, I mean,
on.
we meet with the contractor regularly every Thursday morning. They've made significant progress on the back portion of the property over by where the proposed dog park is. There are going to be some drainage swales. We've been making some significant.
And I think this is the importance of hiring a good company. Isn't this the same company? I went and talked to them a little bit. They seem to have plenty of workers. There's no shortage. Didn't they do that little playground in Riverside?
They did. And they
did that
They
quickly.
did the senior center also. They did a really nice job at the senior center. Councilman, no one's more excited about that project than probably me and you, right? But I would love to invite you to meet with us on a Thursday so you can take a tour and see what's going on. You're welcome to.
Absolutely.
And we'll be happy to report back anytime. Matter of fact, I live right around the corner, and most mornings before I head into work, I pop in there.
We're going by daily, so good. We'll meet
Yeah.
over there and discuss it. People, oh my golf league.
Give me a call. I'd love to take you out in the back and show you what the progress looks like.
Oh, that's dangerous statement right there, man. That's dangerous. I don't know who's. Listen. What community?
Can you bring Councilman Rigo with you on that trip?
Take you out back.
He's afraid of me because he knows where I went to high school, so he stays
that
away
aren't
from me
watching
on that one.
Next item, please.
You'll love it when it's done.
We'll call you Whitey.
Request Request of inspection, Silver Spring Golf Course to ensure maintenance on Pawtucket Avenue sidewalk/street. Discuss Councilman Fogarty.
Thought you were done.
It's another property that I love. Mr. Hibbert knows trying to keep it going and mobile, whoever owns it. But once again, take a ride by as the growth comes. I said it in this, before in the fall, my concerns, and here we are. And then same thing with around the camera, Mr. De Silva, right at Bayview, and that it's hidden by the branches that are coming out. So just the trim, not that it's, yep, I'm telling you, Dan, but as far as Silver Spring goes, listen, I know they're not making any money. I feel bad, but that whole area right down, the whole property is what we want to clean up and have it looking prestigious.
And they've opened temporarily. They're having golf there. It's an issue, private issue between Mobile Exxon and the Silver Spring people. Now, I know that along with myself, the mayor, and also the golf coach at the high school, we sent letters to Mobile Exxon supporting the Silver Spring Golf Course, and that they continue to be leased at zero or no money. So they're working that out. They have not come to an agreement yet, but hopefully that will work. But I know the city is behind keeping that as Silver Spring Golf Course. So we'll keep everyone posted. Next item.
Request for copies of grant applications and awards to community center. Discuss Council Vice President Rego.
Council Vice President.
What the clerk just read is basically what I am looking for.
I do have those documents prepared for the council this evening, if I could.
Thank you.
Sure.
I would move this item to the next meeting since we're just getting this information at this time.
Thank you. So we'll receive it as information and discuss it, put it on the docket. Madam Clerk, if you could add this as a regular docket item for the next meeting. Thank you, Councilman, for requesting this. Next item.
Restaurant Week review. Discuss Council Vice President. Did you want that?
I think we kind of.
I think we covered it greatly. I think everything's going well. Again, please support the banner behind here. Support all the restaurants. A lot of the restaurateurs have been hurting, and they're giving it their all. And again, thank you, the support of everybody involved in the city government for making this successful. This is no I or T. There's no I in this team, so this is a joint operation. Thank you.
There isn't that mean.
Thank you, Councilman. Next item.
Paving update timeline and no parking status for Martin Street. Discuss Councilman Fogarty.
So is there a specific schedule for Martin Street?
No, unfortunately not.
Oh, my goodness.
It's on the list to be paved. It will happen this year. We can't, there's no way to provide the council with a date, a specific date of streets being paved. It's just not realistic. And
You were doing so well tonight.
What about that street having the double yellow lines? That means it's a state street, right? All right, that means no parking either side. Doesn't the double yellow line mean no
no,
parking?
not necessarily.
I know you can't pass somebody, but, so, thank you. So no Martin, not yet.
It will happen this paving season. It is on the list to be paved. It will be Golden Place reclaimed.
So by like October, November.
A lot of use.
It could be sooner. It could.
Right.
It'll happen before.
Thank you.
The end of the paving season.
And those blinking lights help.
We will do our best to, get it.
Yeah. Well, you've
That
been down
speed
it.
sign helps, that does help slow. I know I at times pick up grandchildren on that street, and it is like a raceway, like many streets in the city, but everyone wants their street done tomorrow. I understand it's.
I just know that that's heavily traveled as you do with the Gordon traffic, and then a lot of, vehicles get it, and there's a lot of dipsy-doos and potholes.
Yeah, I'll certainly reach out.
And thank you for taking care of the issues that are not on the docket that you've done for me. I want to say that.
I'll certainly reach out to Eric and He typically manages the paving program. So I'll reach out to him and see if we can try to.
Is it safe to say, I'm sure you do this in some way, and you probably have to do them in blocks, right? You can't pave here and then move all the equipment
Yeah,
on the other end of the city, but do we prioritize, maybe a small dead end street that's on the list? Could be at the end where Martin, which is a cut through from Pawtucket Avenue to Broadway. That could
Yeah,
be,
so it kind of it depends on the paving restoration type. So if you're milling, overlaying, if you're
Right.
reclaiming a road, so typically the contractor will want to mill a handful of streets before they come in and bring the paving equipment.
makes sense.
Because they're doing half a dozen municipalities, worth of paving work. So if the milling machine's not in East Providence, it's in Pawtucket or it's somewhere else, wherever they have a contract.
Yep.
Um,
Okay, thank you. Next item.
Paving timeline update, Cornell Street announcement, Council Vice President Ryu.
The floor is yours, Mr. DPW Director.
I yield to my answer to the previous.
Same, I was gonna say. it's
Okay,
the
no,
same thing,
I just wanted to go on the record, so if they're watching on Cornell Avenue, because I get about 5 phone calls a year on that street, right now.
It'll get done before the end of the paving season.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next item, Madam Clerk, you don't have to read. We talked about waiving outdoor dining fees earlier, so I think we're all kind of on the same page with that. We'll keep our eye on that. We don't want to hurt business anymore, so you can go on to the next item.
No.
What?
Discussion of converting the former Oldham School into the city's recreation center, Councilman Lawson.
So basically, we've had the communication. We talked. Everybody gave their side. If it's okay with the council, we got a resolution and ordinance. Resolution basically is to let the mayor know we are not going to move forward, or if it fails, we will move forward. So I think it would be appropriate at this time, unless there's more discussion to be had, that we vote on whether or not we're going to move forward. I've stated my reasons. I am committed for a rec center. I did vote for the new construction because our hands were tied. We had numerous meetings saying we didn't like the location. We wanted it more rec and stuff, and the conversations were had. So I have a resolution, and I'm trying to pull it up. Page 11.
We'll let the clerk read it.
Yeah. So with permission, if we can move that up.
First of all, it's not listed here, so without objection, I will move the resolution requesting the former Oldham School building be the site of the new recreation center, and that all opera funds allocated toward the recreation center be moved to the Oldham School building site. That's the title of the resolution. Without objection, I'll move it to this point of the agenda and open that up for discussion.
Could you have the clerk read the entire resolution so that it's on the record, please?
Resolution requesting the former Oldham School building be the site of the new recreation center and that all ARPA funds allocated towards a recreation center be moved to the Oldham School building site. Sponsor, Councilman Lawson.
Could you read
I
it?
think what
please?
he meant was, because I had read
the whole
that
thing.
part, he wants the whereas is.
Right. If you could read the whole
Yeah,
thing.
if you want to take my copy.
My apologies. Whereas twice the residents of East Providence voted to fund a recreation center, and whereas the administration desires to build a new facility across from the high school, and whereas the former Oldham School on Bullocks Point Avenue was turned over to the city in 2023, and whereas the former Oldham School is a more appropriate building to meet all the reasons the administration gave for the need for a new construction, and whereas the former Oldham School is on the bus line and is adjacent to a playground, basketball court, 2 ball fields, and has much more space for outdoor activities than the administration's proposed location across from the high school, as well as indoor space that includes a gym, space for a future business incubator, classroom space, a large lobby with a stage area, as well as office space. Now therefore it be it resolved that the East Providence City Council formally, do you want me to read that part? Or?
Sure, might as well finish.
Formally informs Mayor De Silva that they will not be voting to move forward with a new construction and respectfully request that the former Oldham School building be the site of the new recreation center and that all ARPA funds allocated towards a recreation center be moved to the Oldham School building site.
Thank you. I said my piece. I'm 1 of 5, and I make a motion that we do not move forward with new construction, and we put our resources into the Oldham building for the rec center. I make a motion that we pass this resolution.
There's a motion by Councilman Lawson on the floor. Is there a second?
I second that for discussion.
There's a second by Councilwoman Souza, and I will open things up for discussion. I think, Councilman, you, as you just stated, you certainly clearly laid out your opinion, and obviously you can add if something comes up, other discussion from the council.
So through the chair?
Yes, Councilwoman.
So I guess it doesn't really matter in which order, if it's with the resolution or with the ordinance.
Right.
The resolution does pass. So just some points with regards to funding. So we know we have the opera funds that can be used in whichever way the city desires for it to be used. And then we have funds that the mayor mentioned that were given through the state and federal delegation. In reviewing the public notification or advertisement or announcements regarding each of the funding, for example, former Congressman Cicilline, in his award to East Providence for their community center, it laid out that there was going to be a police department utilization for public safety training, along with other community meeting space, and a number of different things that the city lacked in community space that could be used for that money. So I think to say that $3 million from federal funds cannot be reallocated to Odom for the use there, I think is disingenuous, because the new proposed learning center, not rec center, at the site of the senior center no longer incorporates the police training offices that was removed as part of the plans. So if we're going to say, well, we can't use that money because we're not following the letter, then we wouldn't be able to use that money in theory for that reason also. So again, I think we're using play on words when we want to, saying we can't use it for one thing or we can't use it for another. The money was given for a community center or a rec center for the use of community development to be used by the citizens of the city, and this location at the Odom would be just that. Same thing with the 365 money or 350 money that it's been mentioned that they've been using it already. Again, grants and funds, they do have some leeway. I know that, it was mentioned by the planning that, it's hard stuck, that it has to be used for certain things. There is no other way that it cannot. I don't find that, again, to be black and white. I think there's gray area in that. Now, are we further along in the plans for a new construction than we are for a rehab? Yes, so I get that point of the debate. But again, if there is urgency and really the passion to get it done for the city and the residents of the city, then we can make that turnaround happen. There doesn't need to be dragging of the feet, whether we like it or not. The plan can be taken and it can be done and executed, I think, in a pretty decent amount of time. And I know everything takes a little bit of time, but again, if it's executed without, being upset about it and just it is what it is, then I think that we can get to where we need to be in the next 2 years with a rehab of a building to serve all the purposes in which collectively, I think all the city leaders are looking to have, which is space for businesses, space for the youth and the older adult, both indoor and outdoor recreation and learning space.
Couple of technical questions. First, for the solicitor. In the wording of this, it talks about not moving forward. It may be a play on semantics, but aren't we talking about reneging and pulling back what we've already voted? Wouldn't we have to have a vote on that first? Or is the moving forward to me would mean building, moving forward? Maybe it's a play on words. And what about the effect on contracts already signed?
I think the resolution would just, if it's passed, would just be in place of the first resolution.
Speak for itself, okay.
We're not worried about the language.
Okay.
But I do want to just say one thing. So under the federal grant that was given, which was an earmark, it was not an earmark with strings attached. And I think tonight the chief of staff passed out the agreement, which you've actually seen in the past, I believe, as well, because it was part of the resolution you passed. And there are strings attached to that grant, and there are certain areas of which is defined as a default under that grant. And first of all, the city must use the federal funds provided for under the grant agreement. All changes to the project or approved budget must be approved by the grant officer, and the city must submit justifications for the change. A default of this agreement is defined as very specifically as use of grant funds for a purpose that was otherwise not authorized. And the grant application, as well as the document that you have before you tonight, which was approved, and again, this is administered through HUD, is that the community center is to provide for a space for education, workforce development, health monitoring, and recreational activities. Grant will be used for design, engineering, and construction of the community center, and no funds could be used unless there was an environmental review conducted, and HUD issued a notice to proceed, and I believe we did get that environmental. So there is restrictions, there is a definition of what the community center was used for, and most importantly, there's also an address that was associated with that grant. So to suggest otherwise, that there was a play on words, is the words that matter are the words that were given in the grant document that you have.
Mr. President?
Yes, Council Vice President.
This point of order, as the legal authority to the city council, Mr. Solicitor, is that your formal opinion, please, for the record?
Yes.
Thank you.
The idea of the address has come up. I think planning has told us before. So how important would that appear?
So as I indicated, the grant application was submitted with that address. It was approved with that address. And again, and if there are changes to that, it has to be approved by HUD and you have to just describe why the changes were necessary. So it's not automatic. We can't take these funds and just use them where we want to. And the document spells that out. It's all in the document that's before you.
So through the chair.
Yes, Councilwoman.
Then, so what you're saying is that the city can then submit a change of plan for the location, and the why has been stated by the council, by the councilman, and eventually, if it passes the majority of the council as to the why. So could that then not be sent for approval?
Could be, again,
So it's not.
See, again, I have an obligation to tell you what the law is and what the contract says,
Sure.
but it's under C. And there's a reference to the Code of Federal Code of Federal Regulations there. But it does give it an opportunity to, but I don't know what HUD's analysis would be as to whether they would approve it or not. And I don't know how long that would also take. It could take a significant amount of time. But
Yes, I'll allow other discussion. This is certainly too important to not.
And that was, I'm sorry, and that was for the $3 million project. There are similar, there are similar,
Give and take.
So is that, you said it's under C?
yeah, it's under,
Address?
no, the address is under the first part, but it's under C, page 2 of the FY23 Community Project Funding Grant Agreement number B23CP RI 1347. And there are similar restrictions on the other grant of the state.
Dominic up there. Just a quick question, Dominic. So did we write this grant prior or after making the decision of where it was going to be?
It was
Before public meetings and all of that stuff?
it was a congressional directed spending request received in 2023, so we would have submitted in 2022, which would have been after we had worked with, I believe we had worked with Stark to architects to identify different project locations. And then we probably did go to the council before requesting the congressional directed spending for that, because we had been working and having public meetings since 2021 on the new community center. And in writing the grant application, it was identified as the project location being behind the senior center at 610 Waterman Ave.
What is your opinion on, maybe it's more for the solicitor, but on any contracts already signed and some work has already begun?
I mean, I think the council authorized, I think, an architectural contract,
Construction manager at risk,
contract, and
owner's project manager.
owner's project. So we obviously would have to pay for what they've already done, and if there's a termination of those contracts, I'm sure they would seek payment for what they've done, and there's termination clauses in each of those contracts. So we just have to follow that process.
Yeah.
I can't answer that.
I might.
If there would be, I mean, I guess it would be up to those entities whether they seek legal action against the city for doing that. We'd have to follow the contract process.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If I may, if action was taken to remove the city funding towards the community center at 610 Waterman Avenue, then we're left with basically, it removes all the aspects of the project that I think the community and the council has indicated they wanted. Basically, the criticism against the grant funding is that it's this more learning center and it's this multi-purpose community space and classroom space. Well, that's what the grant funding would pay for. So then if the city funds are removed, we lose the basketball court and the exercise room. And it's just, it eliminates that entire project of having that community center, which we have a full schematic design for. Are 4 years into the project, and then it would completely reset the process. So from going from 21 to now 2024 and having a schematic design done, having contracts in place, having a full development team in place, really looking at a operational date in 2026 where we can actually use the building and the community can use the building. We would now restart the process and go back to zero funding, zero being the $2 million for Oldham. And now we have no community center. And then what if we do the assessment, as we do the assessment at Oldham, it comes back that it cost $20 million to rehab Oldham. Now we have no money to fix Oldham, and we have no community center, and we sent back $7 million. And
that, frankly, that's
a real possibility.
We could end up here with nothing and back to zero. I can fully buy into a lot of what Councilman Lawson's saying. Well, we've had many conversations about this. It's the timing. We've already agreed. We're 4 years into this. We have spent money. We've met with architects and planners. Some of us in the council were at those meetings. These objections were not brought up. They were in private.
Of course they were.
Well, why did we vote for it then?
We talked about we want a rec center and not a learning center.
What did we vote for in the end?
I voted because I said we need a rec center in this city. But now, looking at the Oldham building, it makes no sense for a new construction. I get we're far down the road. I will take full blame. Blame Rick Lawson if we're losing.
Not about blame.
I'm just saying it makes 0 sense to have 2 rec centers. 0 sense.
Oh, I can buy that, but you and I also agreed at one point that satellite for Riverside's not a bad idea.
Right. And then when we walked through the building, I looked around and said, why are we having 2 buildings when we can get more bang for the buck in this building?
But when we walked around the building, we saw
Yeah.
basketball size fungi growing
Yeah.
out of the walls.
That's why it needs work. And the more we drag our feet, the more it's going to get worse.
And if it cost 11 million in 2011, what are we looking at
This
now?
is why we asked a year ago to start this process. So we know where we're at. So,
Well,
again, my
I still-
motion's on the table.
I still have a question.
Yes,
and
Councilman.
I've been asking for this for a while. We build a building. I don't see any operational budget, the feasibility, the maintenance plan. Equipment doesn't last forever. You understand about basketball courts, right? Your father was one of the great ones. So you just don't put a basketball court in. If you don't strip that yearly, this is operational. You don't strip that yearly, in 2 years, it's going to look like that, what that wall looks behind us. And then you start getting bumps and lumps. Where is the maintenance plan? We spent this money. Where is the maintenance plan? I've asked for it. I've asked for it. I've asked for it. Equipment doesn't last forever. Nothing lasts forever. Universal machines break. Where is the operational budget?
So I brought that up during our weekly meeting with our development team, and we talked to our owner's project management, and they said that is something that we can include in this project on how to have a operational maintenance plan for this building. Right now, we just completed schematic design, which was the milestone that we needed to hit as a part of our state grant requirement, and we're moving forward with the development.
Sure.
Maintenance plan would be the same for Oldham. You'd still need a maintenance plan for Oldham. So the
But we're saying, we got this building here and I asked for it.
Yeah.
I don't disagree but we don't have one yet. And I agree that there has to be one for Oldham as well.
Yes.
I'm just asking for one for this building that in February of 2023, this council was presented with a 45 million or a $40 million plan. And we should have had an operational budget put in place then.
So right now,
So
we're
there
looking
should be
at
something right now. Thank you.
we're looking at moving existing employees who are in the basement of the senior center to the operation of this community center in Ward 2, Councilwoman Souza's ward, right in her backyard. So this, we spoke to our staff at our weekly meeting, and we'll be happy to put together a maintenance plan, which, by the way, a maintenance plan is the same thing that you have in your own home. You check the HVAC on a regular system. You set a schedule. You check certain key components. You set a schedule. We will happily put together a maintenance plan, but the building's not even constructed yet. That will come with the process. As far as maintaining and operating, the same personnel that are currently running our incredible rec programs out of a basement will have a nice state-of-the-art facility.
All right, any other comments? I don't think I will add is, the maintenance plan. I remember in our earlier discussions when we sat down with design teams, we talked about the rec director and staff would move into that building. That the only additional cost could possibly be another custodial person, although we could always move someone in there. And so I think, we did discuss ongoing maintenance and supervision. I just add that because you asked the question.
I will say, currently, we staff 2 custodians at the senior center because we have afternoon recreational programs in the basement. So there's 2 custodians there, only but for the fact that we have the recreation program. Once the rec people move to their new rec center, that custodian follows. So we wouldn't even need to hire a new custodian.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor, and it was seconded. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilman Fogarty. Councilman Lawson.
Aye.
Council Vice President Rigo.
Aye.
Councilwoman Sousa.
Aye.
President Rodrick.
Nay, for the reason stated. So that is 3-2 The motion passes. Thank you for the discussion. Next item. Let's go back to the finish the list that we have. Back to on the docket, page 8.
Okay, carousel upgrades, window maintenance, and museum project. Discuss, Councilman Lawson.
All right, so the carousel, the upper part, the windows, you can look at and you see all the wood starting to rot out and everything. So I just wanted to make a formal request if we could start looking into an RFP to get those things fixed. You can visibly see it. It's right under the windows, the wood's starting to rot out. So I think it's time that if we possibly can, get an assessment and get an RFP going for that. And my second part is there's a desire to build a carousel museum. Crescent Park has such a rich history. Charles Loof, he had a workshop. And if you look at the carousel, the north side, when you're coming down Bullock's Point, the first thing you see, his workshop used to be built right off of the thing. If you go in the carousel where the gift shop is, there's a door. And if we can get money together, grant money, fundraising, we can build a museum right off there. It doesn't have to be huge. And it would be such an added value. And then underneath, we could probably look to put some storage or maybe even some bathrooms for people at the carousel. People I've talked to, the Carousel Commission stuff, there is a strong desire. You got people willing to work hard, willing to do the work, fundraising, help writing grants. I just wanted to put this out there to the public to let the administration know if we want to put together a working group to come up with a project, a campaign to raise the funds. I think it adds value to the park. It's historic. We could probably tap into the Historic Society for some funding. We're not looking at an extravagant. It's going to be a wood to match the carousel. And again, it would be attached to where Loof's original workshop was. As you know, it was the showcase. And so I just wanted to publicly state this and see if we can get the project going.
Councilman, I just have a question.
Sure.
Is this something that the Carousel Commission has, and it's brought to their attention and that they're interested in fundraising for and maybe working towards getting?
I have heard overwhelmingly that adding the museum space there, something. This is the first step, and then I'll bring it to them and we can discuss how the house to get to where we want to be. But this is just formally announcing that we would like to build a carousel museum, a structure attached to the carousel on the north side where the original Loof workshop was.
Maybe even
Did I get that right, Bruce? Yes.
maybe even getting the CTE
Whatever it takes to get it
students to
done.
help, because I know they build gazebos and
Yep.
all types of wood structures in the community for residents, so.
Yep.
maybe.
Whatever it takes to get it done.
You mentioned windows.
Yes. If
Did
you look
say
at the very top.
disrepair, or- I know I thought recently had done a lot of window renovation there.
Yeah. There is, so you look at the top rung, you see a lot of rotted.
Goes
wood.
around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we can
And as we know,
pursue
it's a
that.
100-year-old building and it's better to be proactive and not let things just keep going. So
And we can bring it up at a Carousel Commission meeting. I wonder about attaching anything, even though originally there was there. Sometimes with a historical building, you can't start touching and attaching things, but it could be a separate little thing. Maybe part of the,
if they say we got to alter, then we'll
Right.
have that discussion. But I
All
do
right.
know that's the desire to
Next-
have
next-
it attached.
I agree. Next item.
Ward 4 Town Hall at Riverside Library, June 8th. Announcement, Councilman Lawson.
So the Ward 4 Democratic City Committee is hosting a town hall this Saturday at 10:30 at the Riverside Library. All Ward 4 residents are invited. Myself will be there. The mayor will be there. I'm assuming Matt Dawson will be there. I think the state reps were invited. Anybody in Ward 4, you got questions, you want to talk about anything going on, you know me, I love to meet with you and talk. So come on out and we'll answer your questions and hear your concerns and let's get together.
Thank you. You didn't mention me, so I can stay home and cut grass.
Were you invited?
Sure. No, I'm kidding. Yes, I was invited.
Oh,
I'd probably be there.
And you'll
I'm
be
not
there.
bringing the coffee this time. I brought them to yours.
It's cheap.
Next item.
Formal request for stop sign east and westbound on Crescent View Avenue at the bike path crossing. Discuss, Councilman Lawson.
So this was brought to my attention by a few people. So Crescent View, where the bike path crosses, you got to stop for pedestrians. I just wanted to make the ask if putting signs there. I don't know. I know there's laws and stuff. So this was a request basically for safety. Just make everybody come to a complete stop. And
Yeah, so we did review this, both the engineering department, I did go out there. A stop sign in this location would not be recommended for several reasons. One being currently it is signaled with flashing yellow for vehicles to yield to bikers. Bikers are required, based on the bike path signage, to stop at that
Right.
intersection. They are required to stop. So a stop sign there would ultimately really cause a false sense of security for the bikers when they are entering there, if they know they don't have to stop, and it could cause some very fatal
we
accidents.
couldn't leave both signs up, stop sign and for pedestrians to stop and look both ways.
We could, however, bikers still don't stop from going through there. I mean, if you go,
That's why we want the stop sign.
yeah, I mean, if you travel the bike path from East Providence to Colt State Park, I'm not sure there is one intersection at all that does have vehicles stopping for bikes. They all are yield
I think in Warren, it does cross street. Yeah. Okay.
side street.
Okay.
I think another issue to consider here is if we were to put a stop sign in the, what would that be, easterly direction towards the carousel,
Right.
as you're coming down that hill.
Westerly.
Westerly, excuse me. That would also cause some sight distance issues, especially with people coming down that hill rather quickly, and could likely cause some very significant accidents there. So it was, reviewed by our engineering staff. Eric did look at it, and it's not something that we think would be a good.
I will let them know.
Thank you. Next.
Glen Line Field Fence Resolution Number 74, review, discuss, Council President Rigo.
Councilman.
Excuse me, Council Vice President Rigo.
Thank you. We really need to resolve this problem. We remember, Dan, you did do a survey. You emailed us. The fence is on city property. And
Not the entire thing.
95% of it is?
50.
It was put up by the city. If it was to go where you're going now, I guess you want to chop down some trees?
No.
There's a tree line in the picture that, and even walking up there, that there's a tree line.
Chopping trees down.
No, if you were to move it into you move it into the neighbor's yard, a little bit into the neighbor's property, then we're running into tree issues.
And no one suggested tree removal.
Okay, so
Okay.
it was put up by the city of East Providence, former government, former recreation director. It just needs to be put up in the same spot. It just has to be.
We are happy to put it up. Solicitor Marcello and I walked the property today. We're happy to put it up once the property owners sign the agreement that was sent to them, correct? Sorry.
So the issue with that is, we had a memo from Mayor De Silva a while back acknowledging that this was city property fence. So based on that, the homeowner went with that, and he had prior council members and others testify to that effect. So we voted on a prior resolution, you know, we have money, we're going to buy the fence. Our guys aren't going to have to do it. The labor was included. So can't we just put it up and
So-
if it falls down in 10 years, whoever's here can worry about it then?
So the resolution that was passed, I think the last paragraph says, subject to, Law Department is authorized to enter into a written agreement with the subject abutting landowners related to the further upkeep, repair, or reinstallation of any future fencing. So
But it doesn't specifically say it would be, it just says,
to enter an agreement, we have to enter an agreement with them.
right.
So back in April, actually sent them a draft agreement, both the property owners. Didn't hear back from them, sent them a reminder letter. I think in May, well, the cards, May 14th or April 22nd, May 14th, saying, hey, we sent you the agreement, we haven't heard back from you. Earlier, late last week or earlier this week, I think it was late last week, I heard from one of the property owners with some revisions to the agreement. Now, granted, we're going on private property and city property, so we have to get permission from a landowner to allow us to put basically a fence post on their property, right? And we survey it, and so we're, you know, and by the way, he's a contractor, so we got to make sure that they're authorizing us to do this, because, and the agreement states that this does not establish a property line, so we're working on the agreement. One of the things that seems to be the sticking point is that at least one of the homeowners wants to strike the provision, and we had this discussion at this council level. This is like one and done. Like, we're going to put up the fence, you're going to have responsibility for it after that, and they have not agreed to that provision yet. And I went out there for the first time today because I wanted to understand it better, and it's interesting, certainly interesting, well, how the fence is, and part of it does need to be replaced. There is a private landowner that's not part of this who has put up a fence, and he or she put it up at their own expense. So that's what I'm trying to avoid. And I had a nice conversation with the former mayor. I said, Mayor, you were the former solicitor. I'm trying to solve a problem, not, you know, because he wanted to get rid of, doesn't want to have to, he wants me to get rid of the provision about who maintains it in the future. I said, you know, just leave it to someone else. Now, I'm paraphrasing, but I'm like, no, that's not how we do things. We need to solve this now. We need to make it right. The agreement will be recorded in the land evidence record. So from here on out, there'll be no confusion. And we're working on that agreement. He hasn't signed the agreement. Resolution clearly says it's subject to an agreement. Once everybody signs off on the agreement, which I think we're close, but we're not there, then we'll put the fence up. But that's what the resolution said. That's what we were enacting for.
Well, I will agree. The resolution does say, subject to an agreement, and if you say you're close, hopefully we can.
I would hope I would have the support of the council that this is one and done, right? We're putting up the fence.
So the holdup is they haven't signed the agreement.
Correct.
Yeah, and I 1000% agree. This sounds like it was somebody got a sweetheart deal back in the day. The city put up a fence for them, and now they're coming back. And
I can't comment on what happened in the past, but I just.
I am speculating, but
These two landowners, for the record, were not owners of that property.
and are you in contact with them? Or are they reaching out to you?
Yes.
Can we tell them, sign the agreement, and the fence goes up? If they don't sign the agreement, I'm not authorized.
Yeah, they don't want to sign it. He was here earlier tonight, and they don't want to sign, so they got to
Then
work.
don't give them the
that out.
fence if they don't want to sign it.
I've only heard from one. I haven't heard.
Yeah. It sounds simple to me, buddy. Just sign the agreement.
As a
This is-
comparison, Dan, the fence along Riverside Rec property, that back street there, get the name of that street, but all those Meadowcrest, is that a city fence? No. So all the homeowners did that?
Yes. Every single one of them.
And the risk, the other risk is if we do survey the property, I don't know if it's completely done, but we might find out that some of those structures are actually on city property, which could be a problem.
Yeah, like Grassy Plain.
So we're working on it. It's not a holdup. I was very diligent. We sent them a letter. I sent them a follow-up letter. We just haven't come to an agreement. No one's intentionally holding this up.
Well, the agreement just says we'll put the fence up, but that's it.
It's a little bit more than that, but it's basically, we'll put the fence up, doesn't establish a property line. You're responsible for maintenance of it in the future. The city's like basically one and done. I mean,
So it's
a
a
couple
s-
other provisions. I
It's
can
a
send them.
city property fence, or it's on their property.
It's a little bit of both, as the director said.
The city's responsible for the city portion of it, and then the property owner's responsible for theirs.
That's what-
If I If it's city property, we maintain city property. The landowner maintains their property. So can we just get that in writing, that the city maintains their portion and the landowner maintains theirs? I mean, I think that's pretty common sense. We own the fence. It's on our property. We maintain it. That would be just like you and your neighbor putting up a fence. If you put up the fence, you maintain it. If the poles are on your side, by law, you maintain it. I mean, it's pretty simple, cut and dry. We maintain ours, they maintain theirs, and let's everybody just move on. I mean, is that pretty fair? I mean, we all agree to this, Mr. President?
I think part of theirs,
Yeah.
yeah, but I think part of theirs, it isn't like the entire property it's probably half and half.
But we can,
And when you do fencing, I mean, I don't, I'm familiar with fencing, but this fence is congruous with all the houses, right? So it has to be, it's all connected.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, the property closest to, I'm not sure the side street, has like a chain link fence.
Yeah.
With some private shrubs that, shield their property from Glen Lyon. The next property owner, as the solicitor mentioned, put up their own fence. It's, a cedar fence that doesn't look anything like, the additional two neighbors where that's the fence in question. It's a wood post stockade fence, 6 feet tall.
And they don't want to remove theirs, or
They want the city to replace the fence in its entirety.
can the council be sent that agreement that you're talking about that you've provided?
I'll send you the that one again. Only one copy. Only got that.
Okay. Yeah, if we could just to take a look at it.
And again, it started because we're going to have people on private property. We're going to have them workers on private property. You have to get permission. You just can't go on private property.
Right.
Well, not yet. You just have to give them permission to go.
Did you work on it?
Did we work on that property?
So we'll let them, we can't vote on anything here. We're working it out. I mean, this should not be, these fences last. The homeowner should not
I
worry.
did mention that to one of the homeowners. I said, this probably last 30 years. We're probably not going to, I'm definitely not going to be here in 30 years. So.
No.
You'll be a solicitor in 2 other cities by that time.
No, I don't think so.
worry.
I don't think so.
All right, so
Not after working here. I get a more gray. It keeps up the lifespan.
keep Councilman Rigo
I
and
will keep you
myself
informed.
posted.
And I'm sorry. I just assumed that you were being they contacted you. I didn't know. I would have happened.
No, well, yeah,
Did you know about the agreement that I had sent them?
yes, we didn't know the specific,
No, I asked.
and they said they objected
I
to it.
didn't know in details, but
Yeah. I'll send it to
I know
everyone.
they've been in contact with you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President and the solicitor, and Dan, thank you. Next.
Activity and paving of Miriam Street and Rhode Island Energy. Discuss, Council Vice President Rigo.
We've already discussed this motion.
Covered that at length. Thank you.
Update on lights on walking path at Glen Line Field. Discuss, Council Vice President Rigo.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Mr. President. Director Borges, can you give us an update on the lights on the walking path at Glen Line Field?
Lights have been ordered for Glen Lyon. I don't have an estimated delivery date, but they have been ordered. We do intend on installing those ourselves with city staff. As for the walking path, we're hoping we have some work internally with the highway division that need to repair some larger broken sections of pavement before the paving contractor can come in, but we hope to have them mobilized in the next probably 3 to 4 weeks.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Next item.
Request for stop sign at Bishop and Tyron Avenue. Discuss, Council Vice President Rigo.
Thank you again, Mr. President, Madam Clerk. We all know that on Pawtucket Avenue in St. Margaret's, in front of St. Margaret's Church, School, the proper address for St. Margaret's School is Bishop Avenue. But that is the largest traffic revenue signs in the state of Rhode Island. What is happening and continue to happen is that even in the past, and it's more dangerous now, as Dan can attest, as he's a fellow alumnus of St. Margaret's School, as well as I am, that more people and more children leave and exit St. Margaret's on the Bishop Avenue side, excuse me. And what is occurring is because of and I'm not getting into the, Tuckett Avenue scenario here, but it's a concern of cars speeding by the school. There's a crosswalk there. Children leave to cross onto Tryon Avenue or continue to go up onto the north side of Pawtucket Avenue, and cars are just blowing by there. So I, in all good conscience, I walked it, my kids walked it, and we need a stop sign there.
So I am just reading through some emails here from Eric Stadberg. Eric did visit the site. He stated a stop sign exists on Tryon at Ferris. A stop sign is not recommended on Ferris as the number of vehicles do not meet the minimum for a stop sign. So based on federal highway guidelines, he is not recommending a stop sign in this location. He also further stated that stop signs cannot be used for speed control. That's another reason in federal highway guidelines.
But they should be used to stop at crosswalks when young children are passing by. So that's my concern. You can throw out all the federal highway data here. If a kid's going to get hit by a car, I have a problem with that. I hope Eric would have a problem with that. That's my problem, is that that 40 kids use that crosswalk 180 days out of the year.
Understood. And there are other.
So that's more important than any federal guideline. That's all I got to say about it.
Right. Just to add, there are other means of stopping vehicles at crosswalks. Those would be signage as well as delineators in the middle of the road. So it can be accomplished the same way.
Well, we got to do something there.
Don't we have crossing guards if
Oh,
it's that busy?
Well, St. Margaret's supposed to be one of the, it's one of the traffic flow. We get the traffic sign. The crossing guard on Pawtucket Avenue near St. Margaret's was pulled 2 years ago. There hasn't been a crossing guard, but obviously we have the sign there. So there's no crossing guard there. And then again, majority of the children that go to that leave St. Margaret's will exit on Bishop Avenue and cross over, and they cross into Tryon and go into the neighborhoods of, of Don, Whedon, and, other streets up there, and just continue to go over the bridge. And I'm just looking at it as a public safety and, to stop it. So if there's other ways of slowing cars down there so that, God forbid, we don't need a rescue, and hopefully it would come from the city, that we do something about it. But
I mean, as I stated, there are several other ways to stop vehicles in crosswalks. So we can certainly put up a delineator in the middle of that crosswalk, and I can add additional signage on both sides of the crosswalk to imply that there is a crosswalk.
So when you say a delineator, how does that affect? I know in the past, the police and fire department have had issues with, speed bumps or anything like that going into the. So it's not gonna cause any problems.
I wouldn't believe so. It sits in the middle of the travel lane and still allows vehicles to drive by. If a fire engine had to run it over, it could.
No, that was just my concern. Again, my concern is, I know there's stop signs, but I don't want to be, I just don't want to be the councilman up there, and God forbid somebody gets hit by a car, because we have more, and I don't know where he's seeing the traffic time, but during school time, it's a cut through. I mean, I don't know when he was up there. He probably wasn't up there. My biggest time is when those speed cameras are on, people use that backside.
Okay, it's not down for a vote anyway, but I think the concern has been made. Let's see where it goes. Next item.
Discuss drainage and upkeep on Bishop, Newport, and Ferris Avenue. Discuss Council Vice President Rigo.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I guess it would be
You did touch on it a little bit earlier.
Yeah, well, this is now down towards, this couple of things. One street was left off and that was my bad, but I don't think I'm not gonna, I can mention it. So, Bishop and Ferris, if you see Dan, there's a lot of, right, where there's a little, in the middle where there's a little monument situation there. There's a lot of there's a lot of, bumps now and, as far as almost miniature sinkholes, and there's been issues with the neighbors are concerned about that over there. If there's something we can look at to patch that scenario up. We talked about, obviously, we talked about the Ferris Avenue one. The other one is Chafee. The other one is Chafee. Chafee Street is continuing to be flooded. And has, especially the northern, it would be the northern part of Chafee, right at Pawtucket. And the issue is coming off private property where the church is there. You can see it slopes down and it slopes, and then all the rainwater washes into the first two houses that are on Chafee. So I visited the neighbors there a couple of times. I went there Memorial Day weekend, and after I was down on Merriam Street, and there is issues. Maybe a drain or so has to happen, but this last storm, they informed me that the rain was up to the step on one of the houses. So Chafee is a concern, and then, like I said, the intersection of Bishop and Ferris.
Those are all noted. I believe Chafee is also on the problem list, so we can, if it's not, we can ensure that it is on there. We can bring that up to the consultant when we select one, the master plan.
So 27. Set.
Yeah, you can just talk about that. If you want to add something. No, okay.
All covered up there.
We made
Thank
it.
you, council members. Move on to public hearings. Madam Clerk, if you want to read the heading for the next public hearing.
Ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating funds for the full-time operation of a fourth rescue, sponsor Council Vice President Rego.
Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Clerk, at this time, I would like you to read the resolution. I think that they should go together and discuss from there. Thank you very much.
Resolution in support of an ordinance appropriating funds for the full-time operation of a fourth rescue. Whereas the City Council has determined that there is an increased demand for rescue services in the City of East Providence, and whereas the Mayor has also expressed that the City Administration sees the need for additional rescue services in the city, and whereas implementation of a full-time fourth rescue would reduce the reliance on mutual aid from other departments, and whereas the availability of the fourth full-time rescue will decrease response times to emergencies and thereby increase safety in the city, and whereas the City Council and Mayor discussed during the December 5th, 2023 meeting of the City Council that the recruitment process to man the fourth rescue would begin in January of 2024, and whereas the City Council understands that staffing a fourth full-time rescue may require collective bargaining discussions, and whereas the City Council is empowered by charter to adopt ordinances for the government of the city which have to do with public safety, public welfare, and public health. Now therefore be it resolved, the East Providence City Council hereby supports the passage of an ordinance which would appropriate funds for the full-time operation of a fourth rescue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council Vice President, if you want to start the discussion.
It's pretty simple. I move passage first on the resolution because I think that's the proper protocol that we need at the
Second.
We will go into the public hearing later for the ordinance, but a motion has been made and seconded on the resolution part of the ordinance. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. So let's just go to the actual ordinance now.
Ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating funds for the full-time operation of a fourth rescue. Sponsored Council Vice President Rego.
So a lot of the language pretty much been covered. So Council Vice President, do you want to address it further or open this to public hearing? We also have the fire chief here.
I think it's, we've been talking about this now for a year and a half, and there's a need for it. We heard it tonight. We've heard it. We heard it from constituents. We have social media. The response has been overwhelming that we need it. The time has come. We continue to get an aging population. We want to grow the population. We want every developer from Boston to come down here and plant more people in here. And this is foresight. You talk about vision of the city. Oh, let's get ahead. Here we're doing great things. Well, let's do great things for the people who are still here right now. And one, there's a lot of questions. I mean, there's a lot of things that go in here. Just the taxability on the chief's fire department. If you have 4 rescues running, there's less stress. And as always, there will always be, and you never know if you're going to need mutual aid, excuse me. But math tells you that if you have 4 and you have 4 calls, you don't have to call another city in here. You don't have to wait in Rumford, Rhode Island or Riverside, Rhode Island for Rescue 3 on Park Avenue in Cranston, Rhode Island to come over here and come over here now with the bridge that we don't know when will it be finished. And as a matter of fact, I can go in more. I sat on the Henderson Bridge this morning and looked at Rescue 2 blow its horn for 10 minutes because people are out of the way. And I have more because I know I'm going to get the rebuttal now from the chief. So I'll have some questions for him, and I respect his views. But the time is now. If we want to make this city a better place, and we've got all these great things going on that I believe we do, and we want to bring more people in, and we can't handle the issue now, and we can't handle it now, the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your.
I'll yield the floor to the fire chief.
Sure. Thank you for your introduction. Chief, can you break this down for us somewhat? The 4 rescue interpretation. Do we have 4 now? When in the city do we not have 4? Are we talking machines, personnel, cost? Yeah, full time, right?
We've had the 4th rescue days. It's a full-time rescue, but it's days, 42 hours a week. They do Monday through Thursday, 9 to 5:30, and on Fridays they do 9 to 5. They still fall under the 42-hour personnel according to the CBA. That was negotiated in the last contract. Out of that contract, we also changed designations on and pays for people who ride rescues. So we saved a significant amount of money reducing rescue drivers' pay, which gave us the money to be able to put this rescue in play and still stay within budget. That's where we're at today. I can still give you the stats. We still have an average of 1.99 per day mutual aid rescues coming in, and we give out 1.67. That's based on the entire year of 2023. When I was looking at the ordinance, which I like to really discuss, it basically states you're going to take $500,000 out of the currently approved fire department budget for the 2023-2024 year, and then put it back in the budget to me and the rescue. Am I wrong in that?
I didn't draw this up, so.
We would, it would be an additional $500,000. We've been told that we can find money. So
That's not how the ordinance is written.
so
If that's your intent, this is not an ordinance you want to put forward. I actually look at it and say, I don't believe it meets city charter or ordinance in any way. Because this is part of my approved budget for this year that the council approved back prior to November 1. Chairman, Mr. Rodericks, Vice Chair, Mr. Rego, you sat in the fire department's last meeting with the mayor. I like to call it the whipping post for my budget talks. It was the third or fourth one. You guys sat in the last one. You heard every line item that was in my budget. Changing the schedule for that rescue was not part of any of that. The entire council did not bring up before we approved this budget for this year, any change in the schedule of that rescue.
Well, we before we voted, we were told that an MOA could be done to get the fourth rescue. That's why we voted to approve the contract. Had we known the administration wasn't going to go forward with that, we probably would have held up signing that.
Oh, we're talking budget. We're talking funding.
No, I get
There's
that.
no funding.
Are you running ahead of budget?
Right now, I'm literally at the halfway mark, and I'm at 50%.
Okay.
Maybe just slightly under.
And last year, did you have a
We're starting
surplus?
peak vacation from
Let's
now.
let the chief talk, and then we'll ask
So-
questions. Hang on a second, Councilman, you want to ask now?
he asked a question.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he asked a question. We're running. Last year you returned money.
So last year, we did look at last year.
Last year returned
It
$900,000.
was actually $414,000.
Oh, that's not what we were told one time. We were told 900.
We had 7 or 8 retirements that year.
So 400. So
That was in salaries
so
only.
we're pretty close right now.
We've had
Added
only
this.
2
We're
people
pretty
retire.
close on this right now.
Say that again?
We're pretty close. So we're saying 500. So
No, we're at the
400,
halfway mark for my budget. I'm at halfway mark for what I have in my budget.
You know. All right. So I got more questions, but you can continue.
That's it. I don't know where the money's coming from.
So I got.
All of our funding is allocated through a line item, zero balance budget.
So if the outlining stations are on a call and all the rescues are out, what's the delay time? For anybody to show up at that house?
Depends on what district, time of day, what all the other cities are impacted as. It's dynamic. It's not static.
So, and then you talk about revenue. Every time that there's a mutual aid call, that means the city of East Providence doesn't get the money, correct?
We don't charge residents, and we have reciprocity with
But
all the mutual aid communities that they don't charge our.
you don't charge the residents directly, but Blue Cross the healthcare is charged.
Correct. If you have healthcare, it gets charged third-party billing. If you do not have care, it's absorbed.
Can I
I had
interrupt?
some other notes. But
ahead.
go ahead, Mr. President.
I just want to ask about the 500,000. Let's just look at what is the cost to do this? Just generically speaking, if you put this on,
For half the year, it would be funding 6 positions for half the year. So we said before, max accrual time, all that others, it would be $1 million. I believe the councilman wrote it as 500 for half the year. But it also says in that ordinance proposed that it will continue to be $1 million each year thereafter. So that automatically puts us in jeopardy next year for budget on being able to sustain services, because you just increased my budget by $1 million, which is 1% tax rate. If I'm wrong,
Well,
correct me.
Well, for the record, it's only 4 months.
No. I'm saying the $1 million you have in that
I'm talking about
ordinance
the 500
proposed at
I'm
the
talking
end.
about the 500,000 right now is for 4 months: July, August, September, and October.
Where am I
bud-
getting
the
that
bud-
money?
The budget of the city ends there.
What would you like me not to pay out of my allocated funds in my budget that you already approved and you knew about?
Right now, based on last year, the $400,000 gets back.
And again,
to
we
us.
had 8 people retire last year. That was salaries.
All right, so.
That was
if
in
we
the
can't
salaries
come up-
line item that I can't move anywhere else.
Okay, So if it
But I
can't
still
come
had to pay the overtime for those spots.
So if it can't come out of fire, Malcolm, you were able to just find 400,000 for the Kirby settlement. Is there any place running surpluses of stuff that we could slide to the fire department?
I have not looked to see if we have surpluses that we can move.
Okay.
But when I did read it, when this came up, I talked to the solicitor, and my concern is that, procedurally, can you do this? Because you're talking about moving money from maybe different line items or different departments. And the reading of the charter says if it's from one line item to another, then the mayor can do that anytime. In the last 3 months of the year, the council can, with the mayor's approval, move from one department to another.
So what you're saying here, miscellaneous fund. So from August through October, we can do this.
You would have to get the mayor's approval.
Yeah, with the mayor's approval. So right now,
Then what happens October?
no, we can move how much money is in the miscellaneous fund right now?
The miscellaneous fund, you're
Well, there's a line, there was that mysterious button. I mean, I shouldn't say mysterious. Strike that.
the department miscellaneous or general government.
Yeah, there was, that in the budget book.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think I mentioned to the mayor last week that department's probably going to be over budget of $200,000. So there won't be any surplus in that one.
But we found, again, to the point of my council person from Ward 4, we found $400,000. I'm not saying we had to do it. It's not something I was happy with. But we did it. So we found $400,000 there. So we should be able to. Is there anywhere else we can find the money? I mean,
I could research it and see if there's money available. But again, that would still have to go through the mayor's department. That's between you and him.
Can I ask you this? At one point in some of our conversations, we talked about, we're so close now to the budget year. July, August will be budgeting, and we talked about that might be the time to budget this. Now, doing it now.
This was told last year to me at this time. We've been through this. We started this in January 23. We went through that.
Not by me.
Oh, not by, but this council. We've been through this. This is like, we might as well just put the rerun of
I'm just
last
trying to
year.
be realistic. I mean,
Yeah, I'm being realistic to the people of Ward 1 in the city of East Providence. We've been through there. On December 5th, we had an agreement. And now it's all just it's all falling away.
at about that time,
The time is now. The time is now. We passed this ordinance tonight. It's going to get vetoed. I know it. And then I know it's going to get vetoed. It gives us time to assess it. I know it's going to get vetoed. But again, last night at the baseball game, you know how many people walked up to me and said, this is a no-brainer for us? They were more supportive of this. We support a rec center somewhere. I'm not going back into that hole. But people come up, stop and shop. People are amazed. We don't have it. We're supposedly a growing city. We want to attract everything. Be ahead of the game. Be ahead of the curve. I mean, we got more apartments coming on board. We had a developer a couple of weeks ago and come in front of us that potentially could be putting more stuff up. He still hasn't answered us. We got the situation. We haven't even opened the apartments across the street here. We haven't opened the apartments up on Newport Avenue behind the Cumberland Farms. We don't have the project down at Roger Williams Avenue on board yet. We got all these things. They're coming on board. They're coming on board now. So what are we going to wait? We're going to wait more. We're going to wait longer. So I can't consciously, I can't wait anymore. That's why I pushed this. I've been promised this. I've been promised that. And you know what? That's why I went with the nuclear option right here of an ordinance. I was just done. I've been done. If you want to be able to walk up to the people of Rumford and say tonight you're going to vote against it, be my guest.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'm just saying all those program issues you talk about, we all understand that. But we had also talked about, let's get this in the budget in the next month or so. Now, fine, do it tonight, but I'm just saying, where's the money?
We did it last year, and all of a sudden it
You did what last year?
we tried to do it last year. We tried to do it up.
Oh,
last
as the
year.
chief said, we sat in on his budget
I
session.
know we sat in, but we as a, we sat in, you and me sitting in the meetings is good and everything like that. But we as a council last year even tried to move some of the, money away, the overtime money, and it went back. And I'm not going to, rehash why, people changed their votes up here, but it happened. It happened. And on December 5th, moving forward. I mean, this has to be, I mean, this is it. I mean, I know where I'm voting. If after that, we can
Councilman,
sit here and you can sit here and face the people. And the four of you can vote your conscience tonight. I know how I'm voting. So bottom line, I move the ordinance, the pass of the fourth rescue.
And I'll second Councilman Rios.
And it is a public hearing. There's a motion and a second. So on the public hearing,
Yes, I'd like to reiterate again that when we had that meeting and I mentioned to the councilman that I would be willing to look at finding funding somehow to add additional rescue coverage. What we did through negotiations with the fire union was negotiate a fourth rescue where the data, this data can't be manipulated for anybody here on the council who thinks this is being manipulated. The data shows where the highest volume of rescue calls and mutual aid calls were situated. And that was Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. We negotiated that with the union. We were able to get some savings on the staffing, and then we were able to make that happen. And that became a reality. I know that Councilman Rigo, his desire is to have a fourth rescue. And I said it to this council, and I'll say it again. I'd love to have a fourth rescue full time. But it comes down to numbers, and it comes down to understanding how budgets work. And we're going to be putting together a budget for all of you to consider. And we need to come up with funding to pay for the Martin Middle School project. This council just voted to give away $7 million. Like, it was not a concern. But that's what's going to happen effectively. And now we're sitting here.
what to do with the rescue?
Well, we're sitting here talking. I'm talking about the fiscal, like the lack of fiscal care for the people of East Providence. The idea that you would vote in that direction to give away $7 million, and now coming in here and saying, "Hey, I'm going to take $500,000 from an existing budget that's been budgeted, that is accounted for. I'm going to take $500,000 to fund a full-time rescue." The only way that would work is if we said, all right, I'm going to eliminate an engine. I'd have to eliminate an engine to make a rescue become a reality. And I've talked to the fire chief again about that. He's totally against that. And I understand why he's against it, because in East Providence, we're unique. We're not like other municipalities. 5 rescues, 5 engines are all certified as the same as our rescue trucks. And our we have 7 non-transport rescues. They get on the scene. They're going to give you the same level of care that a rescue will. So it all comes down to dollars and cents. I understand the desire of this council. I think there's a lack of comprehension of how a budget works. And I think it's going to be,
Point of order. Point of order. You gonna let him insult us?
You can answer him, let him finish. and
but
then-
I think
Point of order.
There is no point of
Yeah,
order.
yeah.
I think by the way the ordinance is written, I'm going by the language in this ordinance makes no sense. That's all I'm saying. Like if you look at what the ordinance says, it makes absolutely no sense. And I would urge us to work together to try to find a solution. Secondly, we'd have
We tried on December 5th. We've tried before, so
no, what we said
please.
December 5th.
please stop.
get the lip service.
No, we said December 5th, Councilman, that we would look at funding.
I move.
We have a tight budget.
It's a public hearing. We still have to let the public speak. Let's have some civility.
I mean,
Mr. Mayor, wrap it up.
what I'm trying to say to the councilman, to the esteemed councilman in Ward 1, is that if we could find the funding back in December 5th, I said we would work to try to find funding to add additional rescue service. I would have to negotiate that with the union. Either way, I'm going to have to open up the contract to negotiate with the union to put that in place. And I'll say it again, because I care about the people of East Providence. I care about the people of Rumford. I'm going to put the rescue service where it's needed most. If the data says that you need another rescue on days, Monday through Friday, that's where I would put another rescue. I'm just letting you know.
You want to answer any of that?
I move the vote, please. And there's a second on the floor.
Right, but there's a public hearing
It's a public
present. It is a public hearing.
It's a public hearing.
Chief, what will this do to your budget? Let's just get to the brass tacks. Are you going to be in a deficit?
It'll automatically put me in a $500,000 deficit without question.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak on this?
So I was glad to see Mr. Rogers in the back over there because he'll probably remember I brought this issue up with him back when he sat with Mr. Rogers. That's how long I've been talking about it. It's long overdue. You have 4 stations, you need 4 rescues. I know you just said you want to pull an engine, but when's the last time a minimum manning study was done? I was told that from 2 previous chiefs, that you got to be careful because, the minimum manning requirement. Nobody could even tell me when that was last done. Who even knows if the right equipment is in the right state? The city's not that big. We have coverage from mutual aid. We have other stations with other engines and equipment that could cover. I don't understand this whole thing with, okay, we send the fire truck and those guys are EMTs. We're going to start working on you, but you're still waiting for that transportation to the hospital, which is the other piece that we're missing. And I just can't fathom how we just don't have it. There's a lot of people in Rumford don't even know we don't have a full-time rep. When they do. It's been brought up here numerous times. Malcolm, you remember, I sat with you, with Tim Chapman, in his office discussing this, and he told me this new contract is going to be something great, something you've never seen before. Nothing changed. The only thing that it does, the union controls what we can do here. And I don't understand that. It's at the expense of the taxpayer, and at the safety of the taxpayer. Your job as the new chief is to make sure I'm safe and I have what I need. That's what my taxes pay for. I pay a lot of taxes. They never go down, they always go up. We're looking for money. What about the money from the speed camera? We're raking in a ton of money from those things. I just want to say in closing, Councilman Rigo, I appreciate your tenacity. The previous councilman did a disservice to us for 2 terms. Just look the other way on this. So I appreciate your dedication.
Thank you, Dan. Councilwoman.
So given that the language on the ordinance, Council Vice President, does allude to shifting money within that budget, and in the charter, it is a request that we have to make by resolution first, and I'm not sure that that's the resolution that's on the docket right now. Would you consider just changing the verbiage to allocating the funds that are needed from a different source, like the speed cameras or unencumbered?
Absolutely. And the way it's advertised, we can change this ordinance That's the way it was. We can amend the ordinance, correct, Mr. Solicitor? That's the way it was posted. That's the way.
Well, first of all, the ordinance was posted because the initial request was to spend capital funds. That's why it was advertised. That's why we're having a public hearing. But I think the assistant solicitor indicated to you that we couldn't use capital funds to fund ongoing operations. So that's why we advertised it. So this is a little bit of an anomaly because that's how it was originally presented to the assistant solicitor. I'm sorry, you can't amend an ordinance to a resolution. It's got to be a resolution from the beginning. So that's what the charter says. It has to be by resolution.
Right, it has to be by resolution.
So I think unless I misheard, I thought you changed this to resolution now. No.
No, I'm saying there isn't a resolution asking to change the line item, the fund, reallocate funds within the department as the charter mentions. So my question was to the vice president, do you want, amend your ordinance to strike that verbiage since it's essentially unattainable to do in this ordinance? And just
I'm a little confused.
so the charter says that a resolution has to be approved, has to be presented to change or reallocate any funds within a department with the approval or at the request of the mayor.
Correct. So it has to be at the request of the mayor.
Right.
First.
Right.
So you don't have that request before you tonight.
Correct. Right. That's what I'm saying. So because we don't have it, then this section 4 kind of needs to be reworded and stricken because of the way it's written, correct?
Oh, yeah. Yes, but you still need them, like, the mayor physically has to.
Right.
So right.
Right. No, I get it. Yeah.
I got a question for Malcolm. I didn't mean to scare you. But what are we down to? About less than $1 million, about anywhere from 250,000 to $1 million in opera funds?
Yes, right now, I believe they've all been encumbered. Now there is maybe some room, we were looking at, we were talking about possible grants that may come in.
Well,
We could,
Splash pad money is coming back.
that was 200,000, however, the city still has to come up with 50,000. So there's maybe a net of 150.
It was 150. Police station. I mean, we've already been told, and I'm pretty good at math, that we allocated 2.5 million as a grant for $1 million. Police stations come in at 2, so that would leave us 1.5 million if we have to match it. So it was 1.5 million. So we can cover Chief Michael Carey's shortfall with opera funds because, according to you can use opera funds for. And this city has done it to pay for personnel. So Chief Mike Carey's budget's covered for this year. If we have to change some verbiage, if I have to table this based on what Councilwoman Souza, and I want everything to be right. So at the 25th of June's meeting, we can get this all squared away and we can take care of Chief Michael Carey's budget where he won't have the shortfall because we're going to take the opera money for this year. And we worry about next year. And I know that doesn't sound right, but we figure it out from here. But we live in the present, and now we know moving forward. But we have it, and technically we could use that money. We could use that money moving forward. Some more opera money as long as we allocate it by the end of this year. So we just covered Chief Michael Carey's issues. So I think probably the best way is, all right, you got a question, Mr. Solicitor?
This comment, if you're going to use APRA money, that's by ordinance, and we have.
Well, that's what I mean.
So we would, you would have to show.
That's what I mean. So that's why for the next meeting, that's what I'm saying. So is that probably what what the fellow
We need you to
council?
specify, and you'll get the information, I guess, from Malcolm, where the money's come, what unallocated is.
So is everybody comfortable if we,
Yeah, table this and come back.
I mean, I want it at the next meeting because I'm done. I am done being played for. So,
You want to withdraw Motion and
Well,
a second and
No,
continue it.
continue it. No, I don't want to
Amend
withdraw it. Amend it.
It's going to be a new ordinance anyway. It's going
It's
to have
gonna
to
be
be
in the
started from
ordinance.
scratch.
Yeah. Well, table till the 25th of June.
Well, it'll be a new ordinance.
The new ordinance for the 25th of June.
This should be on the table. We're not acting on this ordinance, and nor will we because it's improper.
Not tonight, right.
Not tonight. So
It'll be tabled.
we'll have a
Okay.
replacement ordinance by June 25th.
Yes. So the motion is
And I'll close the public hearing part of it because it was kind of public hearing, so we'll close that unless is there someone else that needed to come forward? Okay, we'll table that. We'll close the public hearing. We'll table this issue, amend the ordinance for the June, is it 25th meeting? You got that, Madam Clerk? Okay, next item, please. And by the way, thank you, Councilman Rego, for persistence. Next item.
Standing item, discuss the impact of Washington closure on the city of East Providence. Council.
I would hope we could pass on that. We've talked a lot about.
The only thing I'll add is, I believe the final budget, I want to say 3 million, but it may not be that much. The state is allocating to business owners some form of relief. How that looks, I'm not sure. I don't know if they just give it to the city and we decide. I do firmly believe it should go directly to business owners and not gift cards to non-business owners. But I'm still waiting for the details. I don't think they officially voted.
Yeah, I think the House Finance Committee passed the budget. I think it's going to be on the floor.
June 7th, I think.
I think it's Friday. Is that June 7th?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you know it could change. It probably won't, but it could. And then we have to wait for the Senate. So I don't think those details have been worked out yet.
Right. But it looks like there will be a pot of money that can go to the business owners for what they suffered through.
And along those lines of the monies coming through, ask Director Rezendi, if you could check, we had an informal discussion once, but if you could get back to me on the monies that DOT had committed to the East Providence School Department. They were supposed to receive a $10,000 stipend to cover a bunch of related costs and the cost of at least a van. There was talk about 3. Superintendent said they had ordered 1. They've issued invoices to DOT, but unless they got something this week, they had not received anything yet. So just see if you can let us know. Thanks. It's okay. All right, next item.
Mayor Communications, Chief of Staff Patricia Rezendi.
You know, some of the meetings were shorter before you became Chief of Staff or Director. I'm not saying anything.
I was just thinking that same thing while I was sitting there before tripping. Let's see. So we did have the, I know we've discussed it ad nauseum tonight. We did have the community center in Oldham. I was going to yield my time and have the project manager and the architect come up. I know we do have Melissa Spur, who's the project manager on Oldham, who, if she wanted, there was one piece you perhaps wanted to add. I think it's important if I could just yield that, and I'll come back to the proclamations. I think it's
Okay.
just tab on.
To be honest, this has changed considerably in this night.
Just for the record, for people watching who may not know your role with the city, just give your name and title with the
So my name is Melissa Spur, and I'm the ARPA project coordinator. One of the projects that I work on is the Oldham School Incubator. I was just telling Patricia that in the morning I'm going to contact the EDA. The EDA wants to be notified anytime there is even a small change to any project that they're funding. I know that they will defund very quickly any project that has a significant change. And based on my experience with the EDA, this is going to be a really significant change because now if I go to them and I say, well, that building's now been said it's going to be the community center or the recreation center, that leaves them in a really wishy-washy position. And the EDA does not like wishy-washy. So if I had to bet my left arm, I'd say that they're gonna put the kibosh on this, and it'll be done. So this has been, on a personal level, this has been 2 years of my life as a city employee and 2 years of my life as a constituent, bringing my experience from Hope in Maine and all of the network that I have and all of my professional reputation on the line. And I want to tell you that I'm pretty done with this. So that's really all I want to say.
With the business incubator.
Because the EDA will not fund changes, and we were relying on the funding from the EDA. And if you had left it the way that it was, the EDA would have been okay. But now that you've said, now there's this open declaration that the space is going to be a recreation center,
And business.
that's going to be too amorphous for them. They won't bite.
Weren't we talking about community space the whole time?
Right. Yep. But not
what's the
designating the space in its entirety. Because the way that you voted today, you're saying that's the new site for the community center and the recreation center. That's a completely different thing. They're not going to take a risk like that. I don't blame them.
It's words. With the business incubator and the community space, rec center, community space, whatever you guys want to call it.
Yeah. I'll have a conversation with them tomorrow.
I'd feel free to have them reach out to me. I'll have a conversation.
Thank you. Please continue.
And then the only other additional thing is our proclamations. Some of them we've already recognized in different celebrations. We had Azorian Day, we had Pride Month. Some of the others is National Gun Violence Awareness Month. So that Awareness Day, actually, that is past weekend, and as well as Immigrant Heritage Month. So I think we covered. We also have Day of Portugal, and one that's coming up, which I sent the council a memo on, is Juneteenth, which is June 19th that we will be celebrating. So I won't read those in their entirety to save time, but you have them in your packets.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Reports of other city officials, the solicitor's report.
Was this reported out last meeting? I know it wasn't here. It was not. Okay. Okay. So we finally got all the settlement documents signed. The number that's been reported in the press is an accurate number. It's $750,000, 400, which was paid by the city directly, and $350,000, which was paid by the interlocal trust. Settle a lawsuit where they alleged violations of the Whistleblowers Act, wrongful termination, and emotional distress. I'm happy to report that everyone signed the release within the last 2 weeks, and the dismissal stipulation was filed this week. So the case is officially over. Thank you for your support.
Yes, thank you. And I have to say, parenthetically, that hopefully this is the last of the discrimination type cases before the city. This predated the past couple of councils. It predated the administration, the mayor. It goes back to the city manager form of government. And through the years, I somewhere in a file at home have all the cases documented. It's safe to say that it has cost the city of East Providence millions of dollars in direct payouts. Talk about trying to find money in a budget. Direct payouts beyond insurance to aggrieved parties who were the subject to discrimination, harassment, and so far none of that has happened here. There may have been one case filed that was quickly dismissed. So hopefully we stay on the professional high road in that regard. And
We'll just say that there are 2 minor cases that are still around with some lower level, a lot lower level employees that you might hear from. So, but we're
Thank you.
trying to resolve those as well.
From back?
Yes.
yes, not this administration.
Not this administration, from back.
Thank you. Next item, please.
They've been dormant, but they've recently become active. Exactly.
Handicap parking sign by Director of Public Works Dan Borges, 104 Fifth Street.
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. 5-0. Thank you. Next item,
Report of School Committee Liaison, Councilman Lawson.
Councilman.
Right. So, so last Friday, the Kids Rock Course had an awesome, awesome event. They are amazing. Taylor, Will, Nate, just awesome. This Friday, East Providence High School graduation, Pierce Stadium, 5:30. I'm forgetting the time, top of my head.
6 to 6:30. Students should be there by 5. Yeah.
It is open to the public, but they do ask that you get a ticket. It's, welcome class of 2024 to, I know myself, Bob, Anna, welcome to the family of EP High alumni. And the rest of the kids that had a great we're very proud of you, very happy. And we're going to keep working hard and provide whatever we can to make sure that our school department has everything it needs to succeed. Saying that, the budget's coming up for the schools. And thankfully, the governor's original proposal, which would have cut over $1 million in funding for East Providence, got nixed. It does look like we're probably going to 200 and something thousand less than what we got last year. As we know, the cost of schools doing business between transportation cost and whatnot, they go up. I haven't heard yet about the DCYF bill about kids placed at Bradley and the craft program and stuff. If the kid's family lives in, say, Warwick, but they're housed here in East Providence because of Bradley, for some reason, the state says the East Providence School Department has to pick up the tab. So our state legislators have to convince 37 other city and town legislators that East Providence needs some help here. So that being said, it's going to be the usual. They're going to have a tight budget. They're going to have to look at cuts. I'm hoping and going to fight that the arts and stuff don't. That's the low-hanging fruit that seems to get cut. Deferred maintenance, I'm against that because that's what gets us in trouble. And if we have to do a couple capital projects on our side like we did last year, I'm all supportive of that. But they're just getting started. So hopefully it will be not as bad, but just want to prepare us.
Thank you, Councilman, for staying on top of that. Next item.
Resolution requesting to name the baseball field at Glenline Field the Bob Long Baseball Diamond. Sponsor Council Vice President Rigo.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Clerk. This is just to make it official. This was done a while ago, but this is just to go on the record for the city that the diamond portion, the big field, as it's known in baseball terms, be named the Bob Long Diamond. This does not change the name of Glenline Field, just that the baseball diamond will be named after Bob Long, who has been, Bob's a friend of mine, grew up together. He played in the league and he is never left the league. He is still coaching today. So he's a couple years older than me. So he's been involved in this league for over 50 years. So I move passage to name the baseball diamond at Field in honor of Bob Long, calling it the Bob Long Diamond.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Rigo, seconded by Councilman Lawson. I also endorse this. Mr. Long is pretty much given his life to that portion of the Rumford Little League, and well deserved. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next item.
Resolution in support of 2024 H7658 and 2024 S2968 relating to motor and other vehicles, size, weight, and load limits, weight restriction on Route 114A. East Providence, sponsor Council Vice President Rego.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Clerk, this was in front of us last year. It's a bill that the portion that we're talking about it's a quasi it's a nice neighborhoods, quasi main road and everything like that. It just causes a lot of issues with the neighbors, a lot of young families. There's been more development in that area. It passed the House and the Senate last year, and I'll leave it at that. So this year it's being sponsored by Senator Brito on the Senate side. So I move passage.
Motion by Council Vice President Rego.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Next item.
Resolution amending Resolution number 107 adopted April 2nd, 2024 to reflect a change in the vendor for the purchase of a roll-off truck for the Department of Public Works Highway Division. Sponsor, Council President Rodrick and Council Vice President Rego.
Thank you. This is just a change. The council has previously approved of this. It's not changing the expenditure at all. The first company can no longer provide the truck. Bidding has come up with the next company, Allegiance Trucks, which has agreed to supply the city with this roll-off truck for the same cost, which is $219,766. So this just reflects a change in the vendor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into contract with Thai Sales for the furnishing and delivery of water meters. Sponsor, Council President Rodrick.
Again, this resolution and the next one are funded by the water bond account, the account for meters and installation. There is a balance of $24 million. The account had 26 million, so this is covered in the revenue coming in from the water department. And this is a standard continuation of replacing and upgrading meters, purchasing them, having them installed. And in the long run, it helps homeowners and it helps the city by us receiving more accurate measurements of water usage. Motion by Councilman
Second.
Fogarty, seconded by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. You want to read the companion? Is this next one?
Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract with Hydro Utilities LLC for the water meter installation project. Sponsor, Council President.
Second.
Thank you. Move passage by Councilman Fogarty, seconded by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next item.
Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract with O'Brien and Sons for the installation of a splash pad at Providence Avenue Park. Sponsor, Council President Rodrick.
I believe Councilman Lawson is also sponsoring this with me. I think we've talked about this enough. It's mostly grant funded. The city's committed to 20% of the cost, and this will give the city its third splash pad. There a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilman Fogarty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next item.
Resolution in support of 2024 F 2011 entitled Joint Resolution making an appropriation of approximately $30 million to Rhode Island's public schools for safety and security improvements. Sponsor, Councilwoman Souza.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, so this resolution is to support the appropriation of $30 million of state funding, which would then provide $100,000 to be distributed to all public schools in Rhode Island for school safety and security improvements, including and not limited to audio, visual, access control, and communication upgrades. As we know, unfortunately, we live in a time where there's been a lot of increased violence, especially around our schools and public areas. And I know it's our obligation to make sure that our youth are safe, along with staff and faculty, as they do their jobs and as students are learning. I know that the city has been, over the last 5 to 10 years, improving some of those security measures, but everything comes at a cost. And with our budget being tight and trying to be fiscally responsible, certainly the additional support from the state is greatly appreciated. So I respectfully ask your support in this resolution to be then sent up to the delegation for further support.
Motion to approve by Councilwoman Souza.
Second.
Second, Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into contract with JR and Sons Construction, Inc. for the installation of an asphalt parking lot and perimeter berm for the Willett Avenue on parking area. Sponsor, Council President Roderick.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Second by Councilman Lawson. It was Councilwoman Souza made the motion to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract with JR and Sons Construction, Inc. for the installation of an asphalt parking lot at Bull Point Park. Sponsor, Council President Roderick.
Motion to
We
approve?
discussed
Second.
this earlier a bit. Motion to approve by Councilwoman Souza.
Second.
Second by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. I would just add these last two items are covered by either grants or opera funding. Next item, please.
No parking in select locations on Commercial Way. Summary, Section 18-307. Sponsor, Council President Roderick.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I have a question on
Yes,
this.
question on the motion.
So can you just explain the timeline or how this came about? Because I know on certain, it had started a couple of years ago. A business owner had asked for no parking adjacent to their property. And I know we approved that, or I think there were it was a timed no parking because, tractor trailers that maybe residents who live in the city, who travel with their rigs would park there for parking overnight.
Right.
So that was, a concern for some when initially that portion was set as for no parking. So I'm just wondering about why this additional no parking in it, and I'm assuming it's 24-hour.
Yeah, and Dan, I know you've worked with the area businesses and
Yeah, I think you're referring to John Madeira's Way.
Oh, okay.
a little different.
This is totally different. It's on the opposite side of, this is on Commercial Way, adjacent to Taunton Avenue.
Oh, so near the pods?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so this has been an issue for several years now since I've been here. It's finally gotten to a point where not only the police have now started getting involved, but we've been having issues with people just blatantly ignoring no parking signs. They're limiting access to pods. They're limiting access to Paul Massey. It's just a big cluster in the morning when, particularly bus staff for Ocean State Bus. So the idea here is just to extend all of the no parking areas at all the curb cuts from traditional 4 feet, which is a blanket ordinance that covers the entire city, to I believe 20 feet. And then there's some additional areas where we've extended the no parking, as you can see from the map that was attached, I think, from Taunton Avenue, around the bends, as you approach, as you're turning right from Taunton Avenue, and then a larger area along adjacent to Paul Massey and Consolidated Concrete, which has been a consistent site distance issue for people traveling there, and local business deliveries and so on and so forth.
Are there currently white lines there?
They're not, but we're actually looking to put some in.
Okay.
If these no parking signs do not work.
Right. So it would be more of an enforcement.
It will also be an enforcement. Unfortunately, with the way the ordinance is now, it's difficult to
Right.
force it because 4 feet is,
Nothing.
you know.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. I,
believe we had a motion.
Yeah.
Is this a second? You
there was a second. I'll second that.
seconded by Councilwoman Souza. Did you get the motion, Madam Clerk? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Next item.
Ordinance amending ordinance chapter 911, reallocating and reappropriating up to 3 million formerly allocated towards a community recreation center toward the former Oldham School building for needed upgrades. Sponsor Councilman Lawson.
So this is for first passage, so I'm going to make a motion to approve. And I believe next time is public hearing and all that. So I'll make a motion that we approve.
Motion by Councilman Lawson to approve for first passage. There's second.
Second.
Council Vice President Rego seconds, and just to reiterate, there will be public hearing and second passage required. So to get this out on the table, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Guys have it. Thank you. Next item.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
I think we need to stay. I'm not going to entertain a vote. All in favor? Aye. Any